After an ugly loss last night in Milwaukee, the Cubs look to move their magic number into single digits as they wrap up a 3-game series against the Brew Crew. First pitch comes your way just after 7 o'clock right here on Comcast SportsNet. Hi again, everyone. Welcome into SportsNet Central, presented by Comcast Business. I'm Mark Shanowski. We will take you to Miller Park for the latest news in a matter of moments. Plus, Kyle Long cashes in for his 3 straight Pro Bowl appearances, and Patrick Kane takes on a bigger role for Team USA in the upcoming World Cup. It's all straight ahead on SportsNet Central.
To SportsNet Central, presented by Comcast Business.
Jason Hamill wasn't fooling anyone last night as Ryan Braun and company put up 9 runs against the Cubs starter. Tonight, it'll be lefty Mike Montgomery trying to restore some order at Miller Park. Kelly Krull is with the team in Milwaukee, and she has our Coors Light game report.
Thanks a lot, Mark. Well, Anthony Rizzo is in the lineup tonight, which means he won this round of bidding with his manager. Joe Maddon originally wanted to give his first baseman the night off with a team day off tomorrow, meaning he'd have a couple days rest. But after that 2-home run performance last night, you know Rizzo wanted to be in there again this evening. And while he got his way, he wasn't willing to divulge on any of his negotiating tactics.
If you guys really knew how it worked, you wouldn't ask. So,
are you talking money?
That's how it is. It's just usually when he asks us about days off, we usually, say yes or no. And I don't know. I don't want to get too much into it. It wasn't a big deal.
You said if you hit 2 home runs, you could play the next day.
yeah, played your way in.
They didn't bring me any wine. There was no money exchanged. I actually did it because I thought he looked good yesterday. Did not need to rest today. That's it. Regardless of it might have been entertaining what he had to say, but there's really no other reason.
Could be another good night for Rizzo here at the plate, going against former teammate Matt Garza, who he's hitting .333 against in his career. 1 home run, 6 hits, and 18 at-bats. And while it's pouring rain here in Milwaukee, Mark, they've obviously closed the roof at Miller Park. That doesn't mean the players aren't going to feel a little bit of that, because check out the rain that's seeping through the roof right now. Pretty crazy stuff, but should be a good one here in Milwaukee. Let's go ahead and send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, Kelly, hopefully we don't get a rain delay with the roof closed. Well, obviously Rizzo didn't want to miss out on a chance to do more damage in Milwaukee. Rizzo had 2 homers last night off Willie Peralta, and over his 39 career games in the Beer City, he has 12 round trippers, 19 runs scored, and 37 runs batted in. That's why he talked his way into the lineup tonight. Now to the Bears. Ryan Pace and John Fox would love to bring some stability to that constantly changing offensive line. They took a big step in that direction today, signing 3-time Pro Bowler Kyle Long to a contract extension. The deal, reportedly worth $40 million over 4 years. It comes with 2 years left on Long's original rookie deal. Kip Lewis picks up the story from Hallis Hall.
There's one less thing I have to worry about. Not that I was really losing sleep over it, but I will say that it's nice to have it done, and I can go play football now.
He's a first-round pick the Bears struck gold with, a Pro Bowler in each of his 3 NFL seasons. Kyle Long is a centerpiece of what the Bears hope to build around on the offensive line.
I've known since day one that I wanted to be a Chicago Bear for life, get an opportunity to play for the best franchise in football, in the best city in America. And, when the talks started about it, I said, look, I don't want to be a part of it, the talks, but what I do want you guys to understand is I want to be here forever and get it done. So that's what they did.
Well, I think, he's an important part, of the foundation we're building here for the future. I think, he's been a Pro Bowler. brings the right mindset every day to work. I think he's a leader in that locker room. Also, obviously, an important cog of hopefully what will be about moving forward.
Signing Kyle Long to a long-term deal was a no-brainer for the Bears. His play on the field has earned it, but it's also the impact he's had off the field and in the locker room. Long has been a leader and professional since day one, and he's also always represented the organization with class.
I can rest easy tonight and for all the nights of my NFL career, knowing I'll be a Chicago Bear. Extremely grateful for the opportunity and excited to continue to try to progress as a Bear and as a football player and a teammate.
With the Bears at Hallis Hall, Kip Lewis, Comcast SportsNet.
All right, Kip, Long is one of 7 players in franchise history to be selected to the Pro Bowl in each of their first 3 seasons, along with Hall of Famers Gale Sayers, Dick Butkus, and Mike Ditka. Pretty good company there. Last player to do it before Long, Brian Urlacher, back in 2000 through 2002. And, of course, Brian is a slam dunk Hall of Famer when he becomes eligible. For more on Long and the Bears' new look O-line, we send it out to Chris Bowden and our main blocker, Dan Jiggets at Hallis Hall.
No one is happier than the man to my left here to see an offensive lineman get paid like Kyle Long got paid on Wednesday afternoon. And Jiggs, as we wait for other young players to step up along Kyle Long to carry this team into the future, there's no doubt for the past 3 seasons, Kyle Long has been this team's best player.
Well, he's been a real leader for this football team, and I think the important thing to remember in situations like this is identifying the guys that you think you want them to be a part of your core group going forward, and then make sure they have the right mindset. And there's no question that Kyle Long is one of those guys with the right mindset and the right abilities to take you to the next level. So you start off with guys like that. You start building that foundation that they like to talk about, and he's an excellent guy to build it around.
And the second straight year, the Bears head into their opener with an offensive line in flux. Leno and Massey, the tackles, the only guys who played in all 3 exhibition games they had to. Everything else due to injury and personnel changes, kind of a mishmash in the middle. How concerning is that, getting all that communication done, especially against this defense that they'll face Sunday in a hostile environment?
It's going to be tough. I mean, I'm not going to joke with you about that. It's going to be a little bit rough in there. But you know what you do? You try to keep it fairly simple. And in the run game, where I especially expect them to try to shine, a lot of that stuff is real simple with zone blocking. You're moving to an area, so it's not so much that, you know, you have to pick apart the defense in terms of blocking schemes. It's stepping to the area and getting that guy out of the way. So that part of it won't be tough. But you're right, though, with the noise and everything, you know, being a real factor, it's going to be kind of rough with new guys at different spots.
And opposing J.J. Watt as well against the defense, against a defense that has ranked in the top 10 4 of the past 5 years. Alongside Dan Jiggets, I'm Chris Bowden. Let's send it back to the downtown studio.
No question about it, the Texans can rush the quarterback. Now it's time for you at home to weigh in with tonight's Twitter question. Which other Bears player or players would you like to see sign an extension? Give us a brief reason why. Use the hashtag BearsTalk. We'll have some of your answers later in the show. Also ahead, Jason Hamill, as you know, had a very rough outing last night in Milwaukee. So is there a chance we'll see the right-hander coming out of the bullpen over the last few weeks of the regular season to see if he should earn a playoff spot? Jose Abreu continues his late-season hitting tear for the White Sox, but wasn't enough to lead his team to a series-deciding win over Detroit this afternoon.
SportsNet Central brought to you by Comcast Business. Comcast Business, built for business.
200 million watching history be made. 2 million making their own. 5 seconds gained. And a nomination won. When it counts, the biggest moments count on Comcast Business. With $5,000 of NBC coverage for the games. Over 900 miles of fiber laid for the Democratic National Convention. 40 pit stalls monitored at once for NASCAR. And 10 terabytes of data transferred for the big game at Levi's Stadium. We know what it takes to connect millions. Imagine what Comcast can do for your business.
This sports programming is brought to you by LendingTree. They take the stress out of getting a loan or credit card by allowing consumers to shop multiple offers in minutes. Get the loan that's right for you. LendingTree. When banks compete, you win.
When you're busy running your own business, marketing can fall last on the list. You know what you need, and Vistaprint makes it easy to get it. Looking to connect? 500 business cards start at just $9.99. Need to share important info? 500 postcards start at just $35.99. Or do you want a standout space? Banners start at just $9.59, and they're all absolutely guaranteed. So go to Vistaprint.com by September 18th and enter promo code TVDEAL and get what you need.
Monday at 7, come out and enjoy one of baseball's biggest rivalries as CSN Chicago hosts a Coors Light viewing party at Wildwood Tavern in Niles. Watch Chicago play St. Louis and enjoy ice-cold Coors Light. Great beer equals great responsibility.
I really like what you're doing with this dream.
I dream about finding this closet every night.
Try Realtor.com. It has more homes for sale than any other site and updates constantly.
So, I could find a closet like this?
I already did it for you. I feel like you're not paying attention. Dream home, find home, own home. Realtor.com.
We're back with Built for Business, presented by Comcast Business. And like all of the Cubs starting pitchers, Jason Hamill has been much more effective pitching at Wrigley Field, but the difference in his splits, pretty dramatic. He's 9-1 with a 1.77 earned run average at home compared to 5-7 with a 5.26 ERA away from the friendly confines. Comcast Business, built for business. And joining us now live from Miller Park is Cubs insider Patrick Mooney. Jason Hamill hit hard last night for the third time in his last 4 starts. Patrick, what are the chances the Cubs use him in a bullpen role later this month just to see if he's an option to pitch in relief during the postseason?
You know, Mark, I think theoretically, sure, it could happen. Joe Madden didn't automatically rule out that idea last night. But at the same time, you know, he said the Cubs have not discussed this. He hadn't even really thought about it. And I think when you kind of get down to the, you know, kind of guys on the bubble, the final numbers on that playoff roster, the Cubs are pretty stacked at the back end of their bullpen, and I don't know if, you know, transferring Jason Hamill into some sort of setup guy is realistic when you start from Chapman at the end down to, you know, if Strop and Rondon are healthy. You've seen what Carl Edwards Jr. and Justin Grimm can do. You know, in the playoffs, you know, you're expecting your starters to go 7+. You might only need 2 or 3 relievers a night. You got all these built-in days off. You know, I think part of it is we're in football season. It's kind of like the backup quarterback controversy that you think, you know, there's these great other options out there besides Jason Hamill. I'm not so sure. If something happens to this rotation, if one starter comes up with, you know, an achy shoulder, strained forearm, I think you're going to want, you know, Jason Hamill in position, you know, maybe even in a potential NLCS to have him ready, starting in a rhythm, kind of on a schedule, because if you take away, granted, they were 3 really bad starts and a abbreviated start at Dodger Stadium. You take that away, I think his ERA is something like 2.11 this year, second only to Kyle Hendricks in the majors. So, sure, they could try it, but, you know, I don't think that's really going to be the answer for the Cubs bullpen in October.
Yeah, but you can't take those 3 starts away, and he can't have a bad one in the postseason. Joe Madden was quoted last night as saying Miguel Montero looked spiffy at the plate with a homer and a double. Do you get the sense that Joe really wants Montero on that playoff roster as a third catcher and left-handed pinch hitter?
Yeah, I think there's a way for multiple left-handed hitters off the bench, you know, to make this roster. The Cubs can figure out a way to make that work, and I think ultimately it might come down to if Jake Arrieta, you know, really wants Montero as his catcher, or if the Cubs kind of observe to a point where they feel like that might help him kind of get locked back into that Cy Young type form. Certainly Montero has a lot of playoff experience. He is looking like he's getting back kind of into a rhythm at the plate. And once again, the Cubs are always thinking about worst case scenarios. And, you know, David Ross has had a great kind of farewell tour here, but he's not someone you can really expect to catch, you know, 3 playoff rounds or, you know, every game in a postseason series. And same with Wilson Contreras. As promising and as bright a future as he has, I'm just not quite sure if they want him to be catching every single game. So to me, Montero is going to be on that playoff roster until proven otherwise.
Yeah, I agree. Joe's an old catcher himself, so I think he's rooting for Miggy to be there in October. Patrick, thanks so much. We'll be following your work tonight at csnchicago.com. Now to the White Sox. Slugger Jose Abreu struggled, as you know, through the first half of the season. His numbers down in just about every area, especially the all-important power categories. But ever since he was reunited with his young son, Dariel, Abreu has returned to his customary status as one of the most dangerous right-handed hitters in the game. Abreu hoping to continue his hot streak this afternoon in the series finale against the Tigers. Now, prior to first pitch, Abreu received the White Sox nomination for the Roberto Clemente Award. He's hoping to join Paul Konerko as the only Sox players to win that honor. It honors service to the community and excellence on the playing field. Sox offense wasting no time going to work against Anibal Sanchez. First inning, runner aboard for Melky Cabrera, who splits the gap in left center. Tim Anderson scores. Sox grab the early lead. But it would not last very long. Top of the second inning, Justin Upton, who played the hero's role for the Tigers in extra innings on Monday, he's at the plate with a pair of runners aboard, and he takes Jose Quintana out to left field. Another three-run jack for Upton. Home run number 22 for him on the year. Detroit in front 3-1. Sox would claw back to tie it at 3, but in the 7th, Quintana pitching with runners at the corners. Jose Iglesias with a shot. One hops over the wall for a ground rule double. Quintana's day would end there. He goes 6 2/3 innings, allowing 4 runs, 7 strikeouts. Now to the home half of the 8th inning. It began with an Abreu single, his third hit of the game, and then Justin Morneau, he finds the gap in right center against Shane Green. Abreu hustling home. He's going to come home with the tying run. And a couple of batters later, Avi Garcia, the former Tiger, a chance to drive home the go-ahead run, and he would do exactly that. Base hit back up the middle. Sox would tack on 2 more and take the series finale 7-4. They win 2 out of 3 from the wild card contending Tigers. Here's skipper Robin Ventura on Abreu's hot stretch at the plate.
He has the ability just to kind of carry it, and for him, he's swinging it good. You can tell he's patient as well. That's the biggest thing. Is just when he's not swinging at everything, he's willing to take a walk. It just changes the at bat for the pitcher. So we like it when he's swinging well.
Can't get to it.
You know it'll be the hottest ticket in town over the next few weeks. We'll tell you how you might have a chance to score some Cubs playoff ducats. And Leonard Floyd getting ready to make his NFL regular season debut Sunday against the Texans. But his defensive coordinator says the rookie has a long way to go before he can become an every down player.
What you doing?
Just checking my free credit score at Credit Karma.
What the? You're welcome. I just helped you dodge a bullet.
But I was just checking my...
Shh. Don't you know that checking your credit score lowers it? Just be cool.
Actually, checking your credit score with Credit Karma doesn't affect it at all.
Are you sure?
Positive.
Huh, so I guess I could just check my credit score then. Oh.
Check out Credit Karma today. Credit Karma. Give yourself some credit.
Sorry about that.
200 million watching history be made. 2 million making their own. 5 seconds gained. And a nomination won. When it counts, the biggest moments count on Comcast Business, with $5,000 of NBC coverage for the games, over 900 miles of fiber laid for the Democratic National Convention, 40 pit stalls monitored at once for NASCAR, and 10 terabytes of data transferred for the big game at Levi's Stadium. We know what it takes to connect millions. Imagine what Comcast can do for your business.
It's Elk Money Ford's Blowout Extravaganza event. Right now, you can buy a Ford Focus for $100 down and only $169 a month. That's right, only $100 down and $169 a month. Or get 0% financing for 72 months. Plus, get up to $2,750 cash back. Get the car you want with over 1,000 cars to choose from and the lowest prices of the year. You can't beat that. The Blowout Extravaganza event, only at the original Elk Money Ford Melrose Park, 25th and North Avenue.
With Custom Ink, you can design custom t-shirts and other great products for every occasion. From the first day of school to game day and everything in between. With the best collection of styles and graphics to choose from, it's easy to go online and create custom t-shirts and more for all of life's events. Get free shipping and on-time delivery, guaranteed. Go to customink.com to get started today.
As the pennant races heat up, quench your baseball thirst by watching Bases Loaded on CSN. Join host Layla Rahimi for a half hour of Cubs and Sox talk, including team-by-team analysis, features, and more. Don't miss Bases Loaded tonight at 6:30 on CSN. Tonight on CSN. The Cubs MVP hopefuls step up to the plate in Milwaukee. It's Anthony Rizzo and your Cubs against Ryan Braun and the Brewers. Starting tonight at 7 on CSN Chicago.
Would anybody ever ask what I wanted to be when I grew up? It was always I wanted to be in the Army.
Her dreams turned to nightmares on a fateful day in 2004.
It's something you imagine out of a movie. You know, someone's laying there, and it was me at this time. I was in the calmest place with these vibrant pink and purple flowers.
Now, an American hero hopes to fulfill her improbable Olympic dream.
I was very lucky and wanted to live my life for those that, you know, gave the ultimate sacrifice and didn't come back.
A CSN original, Red, White, and True, airs tonight at 10.
You don't want to miss that special story. The Blackhawks announced their television schedule for the upcoming season, which is right around the corner. Comcast SportsNet will be televising 51 regular season games. It all starts with the October 14th road matchup against Nashville. Among other notable games, Saturday, December 17th, the Hawks visit the team that knocked them out of the playoffs, the St. Louis Blues. On January 6th, Brian Bickle, Teuvo Teravainen, and the Hurricanes visit Chicago. While on March 14th, the Hawks pay a visit to Montreal to take on Andrew Shaw and the Canadiens. Reigning NHL MVP Patrick Kane will take on a key role for Team USA in the upcoming World Cup of Hockey. Today, Kaner was named an alternate captain for the American squad, along with Minnesota's Ryan Suter. San Jose forward Joe Pavelski will wear the captain's C for the tournament, which begins on September 17th at the Air Canada Center in Toronto. And now it's time for the Sports Business Insider, presented by Elk Grove Village. Makers wanted. The Cubs announced a lottery for postseason tickets today. Fans can register at Cubs.com/postseason through noon Central Time on September 21st. Randomly selected winners will have a chance to buy up to 4 tickets for potential wild card or divisional series games at Wrigley Field, pending availability. Tickets will be available on a first-come, first-served basis, and being selected in the drawing does not guarantee the opportunity to buy tickets, but I know you'll take your chances. Hey, don't expect to see a lot of first-round draft pick Leonard Floyd when the Bears take on Brock Osweiler in the Houston Texans Sunday. Defensive coordinator Vic Fangio called the edge pass rushers' preseason work choppy because of injuries and illness, and he says the rookie still is not in top football shape.
I don't think he's in the greatest condition right now. And I think for a young guy like himself playing 60 to 70 plays in an NFL game, he's going to find vastly different than the 80 plays he might have played in college. Okay, he's up against men now, and he's found that out quickly. And in some ways, it's not a bad way to break it.
And now the SportsNet Central News Alert. Notre Dame quarterback Deshaun Kaiser says head coach Brian Kelly told him he will be the starting quarterback Saturday against Nevada. Kaiser went 15 for 24 for 215 yards and 5 touchdowns in Notre Dame's loss at Texas on Sunday.
And Kaiser shows you his...
We are closing in on first pitch in Milwaukee between the Cubs and Brewers. It's raining in the Beer City, but the roof is closed, so there will be baseball. Len Casper and Jim Deshaies have the play-by-play call at the top of the hour here on Comcast SportsNet.
Quiet on the set. Pick 73. What? It's a... Saving big is no laughing matter at the Bob Roman Auto Group. Over 7,000 new and used cars online at BobRorman.com.
There's only one Bob Roman.
You may not be a prepper now, but you will be.
Whether the next disaster is man-made or wrought by Mother Nature, you need a plan.
WiseFoodStorage.com's emergency gourmet meals are made in the USA, delicious, easy to prepare, just add water, and packaged and proportioned perfectly, eliminating waste and creating a shelf life of up to 25 years.
Get your free sample now. Call in the next 15 minutes and get your free survival guide. Call 800-793-8309.
Attention blood thinner users. Thousands of blood thinner users may have been exposed to serious risk by these dangerous medications. If you or loved one took Xarelto or Pradaxa and suffered serious internal bleeding, call right now. Call Nightline Legal to speak with an experienced attorney for a free consultation. If we don't win, there is no fee. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now.
Call 1-800-496-9019. Again, that's 1-800-496-9019.
If your loved one received an IVC filter to prevent blood clots and later experienced complications, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. The FDA warns that IVC filters can move or fracture, causing serious injuries such as heart damage, lung damage, internal bleeding, and even death. Don't wait. Call right now.
Call 1-800-620-3915. Again, that's 1-800-620-3915.
Hey, next Monday at 7 p.m., come out and enjoy one of baseball's biggest rivalries as CSN Chicago hosts a Coors Light viewing party at Wildwood Tavern in Niles. Watch Chicago play St. Louis and enjoy ice-cold Coors Light. Chris Bryant continues his MVP campaign tonight at Miller Park. Bryant named the National League's Player of the Month for August. He currently leads the NL in homers and runs scored, ranks 5th in RBIs. Bryant asked about the differences this year in being the hunted team instead of the underdog.
Honestly, it doesn't feel too different. I mean, we all have the same goal in mind. It's, you just want to get in the playoffs and then anything can happen. So, last year, I think, certainly it was a wild card game and it's a little more stressful, but it honestly, to me, it doesn't feel much different at all, which I guess it could be a good thing just because, we want to win it all, and that's what we're here for.
Thanks for watching SportsNet Central, presented by Comcast Business. Bases loaded with Layla Rahimi is next, and then it's Cubs baseball. So long, everyone.
Hey, how's it going? Hotcakes? Hotcakes.
This place has hotcakes.
Hotcakes.
So why aren't they selling like hotcakes? With Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi Pro, they could be. Just add a customized message to your Wi-Fi Pro splash page, and you'll reach your customers where their eyes are already, on their devices.
Order up.
It's more than just Wi-Fi. It can help grow your business. You don't see that every day.
Introducing Wi-Fi Pro. Wi-Fi that helps grow your business. Comcast Business. Built for business.
This one has amazing gas mileage, but I think this one is more my style. But then again, maybe this one is more my style. What to do?
Now, at Continental Motors, there's a 3-day exchange policy on all used cars.
Wow, 3 days, really?
Yeah, 124 hours.
No, 3 days is 72 hours.
Well, not if you're using the metric system.
No, still the same.
Maybe if you carry the...
72 hours.
So then 3 days. Grab your phone and come check out our unbeatable online selection at ContinentalMotors.com.
In case you need anything, just give me a call.
P.O. Box 17. Of course I'm a real company.
You got the area code.
Everything your customers see tells a story. Let the UPS store help you tell the right one. From business cards and banners to expertly packed shipments to mailboxes with a real street address. Come in today for help.
In Chicago, some things just go together, like front porches and blue W's, bricks and ivy, Waveland Avenue and souvenirs, Jake and State Farm. Like home and auto insurance with State Farm, they just go together. And they save you time and money. Just another way we're here to help life go right. Talk to a State Farm agent today.
The Honda Take Home a CRV sales event is here with incredible deals. Loaded with standard features like Pandora compatibility, a multi-angle rear view camera, and plenty of cargo space. It's no wonder the CR-V was named a Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Buy for 2016. Hurry into the Honda Take Home a CR-V sales event and get a great deal today.
Welcome to another edition of Bases Loaded. I'm Layla Rahimi, and this is our half-hour show as we lead you up to first pitch between the Brewers and the Cubs from Milwaukee. Thank you again for joining me as we serve up 30 minutes of nothing but baseball. And we begin with a bright spot last night for the Cubs. They may have lost to the Brewers, but Anthony Rizzo had his third multi-home run game of the season and the 12th of his career, making him just the 14th Cub ever to have that many multi-home run games. So the Brizzo MVP race continues to tighten up, and the numbers for both players are really, really good. Rizzo batting .294 with 28 home runs and 96 RBI. Chris Bryant at .302 with 36 homers and 91 RBI. And in true bromance form, Chris Bryant described what it was like to watch Rizzo while he had the night off.
He looked great. It was usually I don't get to watch home runs from him, like sitting on the bench. So, I was joking around with him. I was like, sorry, I wasn't on base for you yesterday, that type of thing. But, it was fun watching him hit. I mean, he looks like, he's ready to, step on the gas here heading into, more important baseball.
If you hit 2 home runs, you can play the next day. yeah, play your way in. So, but no, Joe's doing a really good job of really making sure that giving us our rest, giving us times. Today obviously would be a good one with 2 days off, but just had the day off on Saturday or Friday or whatnot. So yeah.
Didn't bring me any wine. There was no money exchanged. I actually did it because I thought he looked good yesterday. Did not need a rest today. That's it.
So Rizzo was supposed to be getting a day off today, but apparently his bat last night talked his way back into the lineup. Here is who is facing the former Cub, Matt Garza. You see Fowler, Bryant, and then Rizzo. Bryant back in the lineup after going 0 for 5 on Monday, had that day off. Then you've got Ben Zobrist, Addison Russell, Chris Coughlin, Jason Hayward, Wilson Contreras, and Mike Montgomery. So now we go live to Miller Park on Bases Loaded, and that is where we find one of our announcers for tonight's game, Jim DeShays and JD. Let's start with Rizzo talking his way back into the lineup. Some managers believe if you hit a home run, you're in that lineup the next day, but Joe Maddon seems to be in more of a rest management mode, but it looks like Rizzo convinced Joe to let him play.
Yeah, and I think a lot of managers would do that, would defer to one of his core guys, or sometimes a player. Will say, you know what, man, I just feel like I got my swing going in the right direction. It felt really good last night, and I want to get in there again. And he's got very good numbers in his career against Garza, so I think Joe was like, sure, man, you want to play? I was trying to give you some rest, but if you want to get after it, go ahead and play, and then rest up tomorrow on the off day.
Now, JD, speaking of rest management, Mike Montgomery is getting the start again today. How do you think the extra day of rest can help the starting rotation down the line?
Yeah, it has to help. Everybody's been pushing hard. This has been a priority since spring training. If you recall, way back in spring training, they started the veteran guys a little bit later, brought them along a little bit more slowly. They took an opportunity before the All-Star break to give Adam Warren a start. Now they've moved Mike Montgomery into the rotation just to buy a little time for these guys with an eye towards a long October, possibly November run. So I think at times there's a little pushback from guys because starting pitchers are creatures of habit and they like to pitch every 5th day, but I think they do understand the big picture and how valuable rest might be.
Now, as the series wraps up, the road trips do not. A day off after this game, then to Houston to face a resurgent Astros team, and then to St. Louis. What do you think of the next 2 series coming up?
Well, I'm anxious to, to go down to Houston and see that club. They're a little banged up. Dallas Keuchel's not going to pitch. He might be done for the year. Carlos Correa, it looks like he's going to be out for a couple days, so I'm not sure we'll see him in that series. Altuve's an MVP candidate. They're playing very good baseball right now. They're in the midst of a real tough run against first-place clubs. They're playing Cleveland right now. They've got Cubs and they've got Rangers. And then into St. Louis, and I'm really anxious to see the Cardinals. They hit the ball out of the ballpark every single night, and they're making some noise.
Now, JD, the last time we left you on Bases Loaded, you had resorted to a redneck air conditioner of sorts. I remember you said cup of ice and a fan. So what's the status of Miller Park? Because the roof is closed. It's a little different from Minute Maid Park, for example.
But it's hot and steamy here, and it's raining very hard outside. There's some leaks in the roof, but it's going to be comfortable. And the good news is we're playing ball. If we didn't have a roof, we might be hanging out all night. We might be rolling into Houston at 11 o'clock in the morning. So we've got a roof. We're going to play, and hopefully we play in a timely manner, and the Cubs end up winning this series.
That is the hope, JD. Thank you so much. I will get my cup of ice and table fan ready just in case.
Get it ready. You never know. In case you lose power, you got to be prepared.
We got to do something around here. I appreciate it. Jim DeShays, we look forward to your call at the top of the hour. Now let's look at the state of Montgomery, not to be confused with Montgomery, Alabama. We're talking about Mike. He will be making his fourth start of the season tonight for the Cubs. His totals on the year, 4-5 with a 2.80 ERA in 42 appearances. Montgomery has made a total of 5 starts with the Cubs and the Mariners, including his last 3 with the Cubs. And his last outing came on September 1st. That against the Giants, he allowed 4 runs, 3 of them earned in 4 innings of work. That included a 2-run home run first inning to Hunter Pence. The Cubs bullpen was flawless after the lefty exited the game, and Addison Russell delivered the clutch 2-out, 2-run single as the Cubs came back to beat the Giants 5-4. 1 week before Montgomery faced the Dodgers, that in Los Angeles, he allowed 3 runs on 6 hits in 5 innings of work. The Cubs' big lefty struck out 5 Dodgers on a season-high 91 pitches, and once again, the Cubs' offense delivered in the clutch. After tying it in the 9th, Chris Bryant delivered a 2-run go-ahead shot in the 10th as the Cubs beat the Dodgers in extras 6-4. The first start as a Cub came at, of all places, Coors Field, but Montgomery was up to the task. After 4 1/3 sparkling innings of work, he allowed his first and only hit of the game. It was a solo home run to Nick Hundley. 2 out shy of qualifying for the win, Joe Madden lifted Montgomery because he was on a pitch count. Chris Bryant and Ben Zobrist both went deep as the Cubs spanked the Rockies 9-2. So make it 3 starts for Montgomery and 3 wins overall for the Cubs. With the entire starting rotation healthy, it looks like the Cubs are going to continue with that 6-man starting rotation for now. The Cubs' next 7 games are all on the road, and as you can see, Montgomery is pitching tonight and scheduled once again next Wednesday at St. Louis. Happy to be joined by our Cubs pre- and post hosts, Cap and Holly. So it is game time with Mike Montgomery pitching today. It is the unofficial start of the 6-man starting rotation. So Holly, let's start with you. Do you like the idea of a 6-man rotation for the remainder of the regular season as the postseason approaches?
Well, I really don't, and here's why. I mean, you've got guys on regular rest. They pitch on regular rest all season long. If a guy needs a blow or he needs a stop in the rotation, I'm okay with that. You insert a player in his spot, maybe he makes his next turn. But the 6-man rotation, historically speaking, has failed in a lot of ways. The Toronto Blue Jays this year tried to go to a 6-man rotation when they acquired Francisco Liriano. J-Happ, miserable. Estrada, miserable. Things have not worked out. They have now bailed on the 6-man rotation. They're back to the 5-man rotation with Liriano working out of the bullpen. A lot of times it will mess with a guy's rhythm. It gets him out of whack. Too many days off in between, and their routines get messed up. So if you're going to skip a guy. Give him 10 days off, let him kind of get himself back into that rotation. But if you're going to go to the 6-man rotation, it kind of gets everybody out of
whack. Holly, you're so wrong on this one because The Toronto Blue Jays are in a dogfight trying to win a division, get to postseason play. The Chicago Cubs are like Secretariat at the Belmont, so they could do anything that they want, and by inserting a sixth person, they get to rest guys just enough to keep them sharp. They don't have to care about winning baseball games because they're a fait accompli. They're going to have a home field advantage, and they're going to win the NL Central Division. So on this one, Todd Hollandsworth, I love you dearly. You are 1,000,000% wrong.
I don't know that he's 1,000,000% wrong, but I do tend to agree with Cap just because remember what they talked about at the beginning of the year, guys? They were going to try to make sure that their arms were going to be fresh to prevent that dead arm that happens so many times as we've seen before in playoff series. Maybe not the Belmont either, perhaps the Preakness, if you know what I'm saying, David Kaplan. So I have to side with you, but guys, as always, great arguments. I can't believe that Holly didn't win this one. But guys, thanks for joining me on Bases Loaded. Some good news to pass along because Spencer Patton tweeted this. A picture of his new son saying, "Meet our beautiful son, Bodie Olin Patton. He was born on Mommy's birthday. Hashtag best gift ever. Patton party of 4. Congratulations." We're just getting started here on Bases Loaded. On deck, Jose Quintana had a chance to totally redeem himself on the South Side on the heels of his worst performance of the season. Plus, we relive the excitement of the night the Cubs eliminated the Cardinals and tell you how you can be a part of this season's potential playoff run at Wrigley Field. And speaking of memories, Dexter Fowler opens up to our Kelly Krull about his top memory of 2016. Hint, hint, reunited, and it feels so good. Let's take another look at Miller Park as we get ready for first pitch of the third and final game of the series between the Cubs and the Brewers, just under 29 minutes away. More Bases Loaded straight ahead.
Danley's is offering an incredible deal. Get $1,500 off any Danley's garage. With over 200,000 satisfied customers since 1959, Danley's is the best garage builder in Chicago for price, quality, and service. That's right, all sizes and all styles are on sale now. And with $1,500 off any Danley's garage, we are keeping money in your pocket. So call Danley's today, 773-GARAGE.
In your garage and quality, depend on Danley. That's why we're #1.
I've been thinking, this might be the one thing in the world you pull apart to come together.
New Papa John's Cinnamon Pull-Aparts covered with cinnamon crumble and sweet cream cheese icing. Try our new Cinnamon Pull-Aparts for just $6.
Hey, Papa John's.
When the temperature drops, winter tires are safer below 45 degrees. Buy now and get a $50 Visa prepaid card on any set of winter tires purchased with your Discount Tire credit card. Thank you, Discount Tire.
We are the Coors Brewing Company, and our mountain is brewing the world's most refreshing beer. A beer proud enough to wear our name in big, red, scripted letters. That's why we lager, filter, and package cold. Because we believe every climb deserves a refreshing finish. Whatever your mountain, climb on.
Saturday on CSN Plus. The Fire face a huge test as they head under the lights in search of 3 big points. Cheer on your men in red from home and watch them try to take down Toronto. Coverage begins at 7:30 on CSN Plus. Tonight on CSN, the Cubs MVP hopefuls step up to the plate in Milwaukee. It's Anthony Rizzo and your Cubs against Ryan Braun and the Brewers. Starting tonight at 7 on CSN Chicago.
Cubs win, Cubs win.
You got to believe before you see. You got to have belief in the vision, what this organization can be.
Freaking awesome. It feels amazing.
Oh, we party after every win.
it's a perfect mix, perfect storm.
I'm more proud of the guys that I'm making friends with, and they're going to be lifelong friends, than I am, their performance on the field. It's fun.
Our team's awesome. I can say it over and over again. The personalities that we have in the clubhouse are unbelievable.
We've come a long way. We weren't expected to get this far. So to be where we are right now, I mean, it's such a rewarding thing for everybody involved. The city of Chicago, the fans, the players.
Just enjoy this moment with my teammates and my family. I mean, I can't say enough about what this year has meant to me. We know what we can do, and we're going to keep doing it.
I choked up a couple times the last couple days. I really did. It's unbelievable.
And to see where we're at now is outstanding. They've put together a great squad and a good coaching staff, and we're here to stay.
If you believe beforehand, you come together behind a common goal, you support each other, anything is possible.
We just got to enjoy this moment like we've done all year.
We are good. I'm quoting Miguel Montero. We are good.
How good are they?
We're going to go all the way.
It's time to celebrate here in Chicago.
What a postseason run it was last season, and if you are interested in seeing this year's version live, now is your chance. Fans can register for a random drawing to win a chance to purchase single-game postseason tickets for a potential wild card game and National League Division Series. It started at 9 a.m. today, and it runs until September 21st at noon. Registration will remain open throughout the postseason at www.cubs.com/postseason. And you like odds? How about these odds? This is according to 538.com. The teams with the best chances to win the World Series. Your Chicago Cubs at 22%. The next up is the Texas Rangers at 11%. The Nationals at 11% as well. Then you've got the Red Sox and the Dodgers at 10% each. The Cubs' magic number, if you're wondering, and we know you are, now stands at 10. Fun stuff. Now, it is no surprise that Dexter Fowler is batting leadoff for the Cubs, as you saw the lineup earlier on the show. And the saying of "you go, we go" has been one of the most accurate descriptions of the Cubs' success this season. It's also a good motto in general for any leadoff batter, really. But Fowler has certainly relished his role. Dex now batting .269 on the season with 10 home runs and 40 RBI. His OPS an astounding .809. And after his insanely good first half, Fowler has cooled off just a little. Our Kelly Krull asked him in Milwaukee what his goals are for the rest of the regular season.
Just trying to go out and win 105 games. I guess that's what they say we're going to win, so we got to try to do that.
Do you do any scoreboard watching at this point? Does it matter to you who or where you guys are? Magic number when it's over, the celebration?
I want to make the lead as big as possible, so we're just trying to win every game.
The most memorable moment for you and or the team so far this season?
Are we doing a yearbook?
Yeah, these are big pictures.
This is a yearbook.
Like,
the yearbook.
Because to me, when it comes to you, spring training is still like the it moment.
Top? That's
for me,
tops?
for you. Like just.
Hopefully we win a World Series. That'd be tops. Maybe I'll be at second after that. But I forgot the question now.
Most memorable moment.
Most memorable moment.
It can be anything. Any of your teammates or you individually? We've had some votes for the 5 for 5 day from KB.
Yeah, I wasn't there. But, watching on TV, it was awesome. It was awesome. I was rooting for him from the couch, but I guess I got to go back from when I came in. I guess, like you said, it's, just being reunited with my teammates.
Well, Kelly and Dexter, thanks. The Cubs, the Nationals, and the Dodgers are your division leaders in the National League. As we take a look at that playoff picture, the Giants, Cardinals, and Mets fighting are the three teams trying to get the 2 wild card spots, and the Pirates are 5.5 games back. And Joe Madden was asked if he likes the idea of 3 teams battling it out down the stretch for those final 2 spots.
Kind of puts a lot on them. I mean, but then again, there's something to be said for the competitive component that they're going through, but then there's also fatigue, and I've been on both sides, man. Coming from behind, you eventually get there, and it's wonderful, but it's hard to sustain that for a long period of time. It really is. So you do, by fighting to get there, you always think there's some kind of an edge to be gained there. But if you really have to push guys too hard, it can catch up to you also. It's a classic catch-22 situation right there.
It is fun to watch, though. Next Monday at 7 p.m., come out and enjoy one of baseball's biggest rivalries as CSN Chicago hosts a Coors Light viewing party at Wildwood Tavern in Niles. Watch Chicago play St. Louis and enjoy ice-cold Coors Light. To the Southsiders and Jose Quintana. The Sox southpaw is 4-2 in his last 9 starts with a .271 ERA. Those solid numbers include his last start, where he allowed a season-high 7 earned runs, and to absorb that is very impressive. From our CSN Chicago studios to 35th and Shields we go, the series finale between the Tigers and the White Sox. And prior to first pitch, Jose Abreu received the White Sox nomination for the Roberto Clemente Award. He's hoping to join Paul Konerko, the only other White Sox player to win the honor. The Sox offense wasted no time going to work against Anibal Sanchez. First inning runner aboard for Melky Cabrera, the milkman, finding the gap in left center. An opposite field double scores Tim Anderson as the Sox grab the early lead, but that would not last very long. We go to the top of the second. Justin Upton, who's played the hero's role in extra innings on Monday at the plate with 2 on, taking Quintana to the foul pole in left. That is fair. It is a 3-run home run for Upton. Long ball number 22 on the season. Detroit now in front, 3-1. Sox will claw back to tie the game at 3, but in the 7th, Quintana facing Jose Iglesias with 2 on and 2 outs. That falls into the left field corner. That would take a big hop off the warning track for a ground rule double. Quintana's day ends there. 6 2/3 innings, 4 earned runs, and 7 strikeouts. To the home half of the 8th, score tied at 4. Avi Garcia had a chance to drive home the go-ahead run from second, and he'd do exactly that. A single up the middle off Shane Green. The Sox would tack on 2 more runs and win the series finale 7-4, taking 2 of 3 from the wild card contending Tigers. After the game, Robin Ventura talked about the red-hot Jose Abreu.
He has the ability just to kind of carry you, and for him, he's swinging it good. You can tell he's patient as well. That's the biggest thing. Is just when he's not swinging at everything, he's willing to take a walk. It just changes the at bat for the pitcher. So we like it when he's swinging well.
Over his last 32 games, Abreu is batting .386 with 12 home runs, 32 RBI, and 5 doubles. His OPS is over 1,000, and it very much seems Jose Abreu has returned to being Jose Abreu. Unfortunately, it may be just a little too late in the season, with the Sox desperately trying to stay alive. We are getting you ready for first pitch between the Brewers and the Cubs here on Bases Loaded. And up next, we are examining a new phenomenon picking up steam. It's the snag and tag, kind of like the old bend and snap from Legally Blonde. This one, though, thankfully on the baseball diamond. And we are just under 18 minutes away from first pitch at Miller Park. Mike Montgomery facing Matt Garza here on Comcast SportsNet.
This one has amazing gas mileage, but I think this one is more my style. But then again, maybe this one is more my style. What to do?
Now, at Continental Motors, there's a 3-day exchange policy on all used cars.
Wow, 3 days, really?
Yeah, 124 hours.
No, 3 days is 72 hours.
Well, not if you're using the metric system.
No, still the same.
Even if you carry the...
72 hours.
So then 3 days.
Grab your phone and come check out our unbeatable online selection at ContinentalMotors.com.
There are things in life that just go together. It's like they're always side by side. Because when we put them together, they're better. Like home and auto insurance from State Farm. They just go together. And they save you time and money. Just another way we're here to help life go right. Talk to a State Farm agent today.
How do you maximize your Sunday football experience? The DirecTV Red Zone channel.
We have a full day of football.
With nonstop live coverage of all the action and none of the commercials.
You want to get interactive?
Get every score and then some, all on one screen. Every Sunday.
You ready for that?
Including games, next to games, next to games. Even stream it on your favorite devices. So you can watch your team on the big screen and everyone else on the other.
Touchdown!
Don't miss a play with your free preview of the Red Zone channel this Sunday, channel 703.
Talk is cheap. Is your lawyer getting you the results that you and your family deserve? For over 29 years, I've worked hard to get my clients the results that they expect and deserve. We don't charge any fee unless we get your settlement. Call our office 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. With over 10,000 satisfied clients and millions of dollars in settlements and verdicts, our results speak for themselves. Call me now and we'll fight for you.
We've seen some tremendous tags by Javier Baez over the last week. We're going to show you a few now. I had a chance to ask him when he started working on this, and he said actually when he was 12 years old, he had a coach in Puerto Rico that started making him get to the bag early, stand there and wait as though the throw wasn't coming, and at the last second, his coach, he said, would sling it over to him, and he'd apply the tag immediately. It's an instantaneous type of move, and he said you do all the movement with your eyes, and at the last second, it's the snag and tag, something he says at this point, guys, has become instantaneous for him. Certainly some good stuff out of Javier Baez, who's at short tonight.
Kelly, I think we have a new T-shirt, snag and tag.
You like that?
Yeah.
How about it?
Snap some Joe Madden glasses on it. You got it.
I mean, the fans' T-shirt game really is amazing, so naturally someone heeded the call. How about this? Randall Sanders on Twitter. You did a nice job. Snag and tag. Looks like this one submitted may be an excellent possibility. Today is Roberto Clemente Day in Major League Baseball, where the league honors the humanitarian and Hall of Famer who lost his life giving back to others. And as part of baseball's homage, one player from every team is nominated for the Roberto Clemente Award for their contributions to society. Anthony Rizzo was the Cubs nominee for the award, representing Chicago, his team, for his work with the Rizzo Family Foundation, helping raise money for cancer research and support in children and families dealing with the disease. And as the tweet says, voting goes through October 2nd. You heard me say earlier, Jose Abreu representing the White Sox. Thanks for watching Bases Loaded with me here on Comcast SportsNet as we get you ready for Mike Montgomery against the Brewers, taking on the former Cub Matt Garza. Don't forget, Cubs postgame live is immediately following the game. And as you heard Jim Deshaies say, roof closed currently at Miller Park. There's one of the starters. You guys know him pretty well, looking for win number 6 on the season. Until then, Layla Rahimi thanking you for joining me watching this one.
Somebody told me no, son, and I decided then I'm gonna dig my style. We're gonna walk the same. Gonna keep on going. No, I don't see no end. With the prize I'm showing, you better tell your friends. You're gonna dig my style. Dig my style. Dig my style.
One swing can be the ultimate game changer.
Jones with a high drive to left field.
And at T-Mobile, we know how to change the game for good. We've doubled our LTE coverage, and our extended range LTE is 4 times stronger in buildings than before. But we didn't stop there. With T-Mobile, you can stream baseball free without using your data on MLB TV. T-Mobile, that's Major League coverage.
We are the Coors Brewing Company, and our mountain is brewing the world's most refreshing beer. A beer proud enough to wear our name in big, red, scripted letters. That's why we lager, filter, and package cold. Because we believe every climb deserves a refreshing finish. Whatever your mountain, climb on.
Now that Big Papi's retiring, he's being smarter with his money.
I need to be smart with my money.
So he's become a super savvy shopper. Oh. That's why the Xfinity Best Offer of the Year is a home run. Lock in your rate for 2 years, plus get the X1 voice remote.
There is no crying in baseball.
It's the Big Papi of deals.
I'm not crying. My eyes are just sweating.
Score our Best Offer of the Year on the X1 Triple Play from Comcast for only $89.99 a month and lock in your rate for 2 years. Go online, call, or visit today.
I'm Jamie Foxx for Verizon.
In the nation's largest independent study by Root Metrics, again, Verizon is the #1 network.
Hi, I'm Jamie Foxx for Sprint. And I'm Jamie Foxx for T-Mobile. And we're just as good.
Really? Only Verizon was ranked #1 nationally in data, reliability, text and call and speed. Yeah. And you're gonna fist pump to that?
Don't get limited by an unlimited plan. Switch now and get our best deal. 20 gigs of limitless data for just $160 with 4 lines. All on America's best network.
We all know that Jake's our ace, but in April, he was much more than that. He was unhittable.
Swing and a miss. 3 outs away.
And our offense was unstoppable.
Grand slam time. 13-0.
But on that night, it was all about Arrieta.
It's a no-hitter. Jake Arrieta has done it again. Wow. That was fun. Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is presented by State Farm. Under the roof tonight, it's a hot, rainy one in Milwaukee, and it's a rubber match. Cubs and the Brewers wrap up a 3-game weekday series. Welcome to Cubs baseball. Jim DeShays and Len Casper with you. The Cubs season starting to wind down, as is their magic number, which actually remained at 10 after they lost and the Cardinals won yesterday.
Yeah, dramatic win for the Cardinals in their ball game last night. The Cubs got beat. Jason Hamill got knocked around pretty good by the Brewers, but steady as she goes for this Cubs team. Just a matter of when, not if, they clinch the division. 89 and 49, a 15.5 game lead in the Central, on pace to win 104 games. That would be the most since 1910.
Cardinals are in Pittsburgh tonight. Pitching matchup, Mike Montgomery, one of the Cubs' 6 starters, will go for them. And former Cub Matt Garza will throw for the Brewers. Anthony Rizzo was going to be out of the lineup tonight, but then he hit 2 homers last night, so he is back in there this evening. We'll have Game 3, final game of this series, coming up from Milwaukee.
Make your home how you always want it with new roofing from Menards. Find the perfect roof with our wide selection of styles and options. Classic 3-tab shingles from Owens Corning are available in 3 colors. Only $14.99 per bundle after rebate. Lockside vinyl lap siding from ABTco is easy on your wallet and has 3 color options. It comes in a double 3.5-inch profile, and each piece is only $198 after rebate. Now during the Menard Day sale.
Save big money at Menards.
In case you need anything, just give me a call.
P.O. Box 17. Of course I'm a real company.
You got the area code.
Everything your customers see tells a story. Let the UPS store help you tell the right one. From business cards and banners to expertly packed shipments to mailboxes with a real street address. Come in today for help.
For almost 40 years, I've worked hard to enforce the safety rules on our highways and in workplaces, to hold the negligent accountable. And it's helped make our community a safer, better place. But to keep our community safe and strong, we've got to take good care of our children. This is why I've donated hundreds of thousands to support programs like Kids Stop, Reading Buddies, Teachers of Excellence, and the United Way. And it's also why I only do personal injury law. Because helping injured people win justice is its own reward.
And here we go, folks.
It's your favorite hot dog bun, mustard, and overpriced watered-down beer.
Are you sure you want to eat all that? Because you already weigh more than your team's batting average.
Let's just toast to our anniversary. Oh, no, it's corked.
Let's just watch the game. I tweeted all of your friends to come over, but I guess no one showed up, just like at Mobile Phone Park.
That's okay. I invited one of your friends, too.
There's a long drive, and it's out of here.
Give a real anniversary gift this year. Escape to the Champagne Lodge in Willowbrook, just 25 minutes southwest of Chicago.
Hello, Layla Rahimi back in our downtown Chicago studios as we get you back out to Milwaukee for first pitch in just a moment. Joe Madden originally planned to give Anthony Rizzo the day off to get the first baseman some extra rest, but after Rizzo hit a pair of home runs off of Willie Peralta, he found his way back into the starting lineup.
Watching him yesterday, he didn't look tired yesterday, so I put him back in there, and that's the exact reason. I thought the day before his bat looked a little bit off. That was another day game, though. Probably the night game, having that rest, he looked fine. So we have a day off tomorrow, so I chose to play him again today.
Over on the south side of town, the Sox looking to take 2 of 3 from the wild card hopeful Tigers. Tie game in the bottom of the 8th. Avi Garcia singles up the middle off of Shane Green. J.B. Shuck plates the go-ahead run. That would be the game winner as the Sox get 4 runs in the 8th inning to take the game and win 7-4 the final. The Bears officially announced a 4-year contract extension with Kyle Long today, worth a reported $40 million, with $30 million of it guaranteed. The offensive lineman has been named to the Pro Bowl each of his first 3 seasons. Long was limited in practice today as the team gets ready for Sunday's season opener against the Houston Texans, that in Houston. That's going to do it from our downtown Chicago studios. We will see you after the game for Cubs post-game live. It is the Cubs and Brewers coming up next here on CSN.
Isaac Hu has mastered gravity-defying moves to amaze his audience.
Great show. Here you go.
Now he's added a new routine, making depositing a check seem so effortless. Easy to use Chase technology for whatever you're trying to master.
Isaac, are you ready? Yeah.
Chase, so you can.
Jack Link's Jerky presents Working Out with Sasquatch. Are you a worker-outer? Do you like muscles? How much can you bench? If you answered yes to any of those things, then Working Out with Sasquatch is for you. Working Out with Sasquatch hits all the major muscle groups with major muscle confusion. 52. Then I get a full-body snack out with protein-packed Jack Link's Jerky. Original. Jack Link's Jerky, the protein-packed snack packed with protein.
Ford is America's best-selling brand, and you can see why. Ford Fusion has the turbocharged power and efficiency of the EcoBoost engine and handles almost any condition with intelligent all-wheel drive. Plus, Focus offers next-generation voice-activated Sync 3 technology and the added safety of the blind spot information system. Right now, get a Focus or Fusion with 0 for $72 plus $1,500 bonus cash, or lease a Fusion for just $189 a month. Only at your local Ford store.
Welcome to Wrigley Field. And it is gone! We're tied! Rizzo gets on the top. He makes the catch. Cubs win! Cubs win! Cubs win!
Warm up for every Bears game 1 hour before kickoff with Bears pregame live. Briggs, Brown, Miller, and Bowden get you ready for kickoff. And have instant reaction on Bears postgame live immediately following the game. The best Bears coverage in the city is on CSN Chicago. Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all. Ford, inviting you to check out their fuel-efficient lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. Southwest Airlines, transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. And by your local Kia dealers. Visit mykiachicago.com to learn more.
Sun always shining on the Fonz. Hey. Welcome back to Miller Park. Roof closed tonight. Cubs and Brewers. Milwaukee snapping a 6-game losing streak against the Cubs in the season series with a win last night. And it is Roberto Clemente Day. Around Major League Baseball, and all the teams nominated a player for the big award, and the Cubs nominee is Anthony Rizzo. You can vote for Anthony on Twitter, but make sure you vote at MLB and then the hashtag vote Rizzo. And that prestigious award recognizes extraordinary character, community involvement, philanthropy, and positive contributions on and off the field.
Yeah, originally begun in 1971 as the Commissioner's Award, and then after the great Clemente passed away, they renamed it the Roberto Clemente Award beginning in 1973. Rick Sutcliffe won it in 87. Sammy Sosa also won it. Last year was Andrew McCutcheon of the Pirates.
Rizzo would be a great choice. There's no question about it. So let's update the standings. Cubs leading the Cardinals by 15.5. The Pirates right now taking on water. They have dropped 8 in a row and blew a 9th inning lead last night. Milwaukee's been basically in 4th place all season long, but they played better than a lot of people thought, even though they're in a rebuilding mode.
Cardinals and the Giants right now would claim the wild card spots. The Mets are playing really good baseball. I was looking at their schedule today. They've got a pretty soft schedule the rest of the way. A lot of Atlanta, a lot of Philadelphia. They have a series with the Twins, so I would not be surprised to see the Mets sneak in there and claim one of those wild card spots.
Time now for greater coverage of baseball, brought to you by T-Mobile. And some significant players coming off the disabled list. Strasburg with the elbow. Stanton, we thought he might be done with the groin issue. It might be a little too late for the Marlins. And the Rangers looking to get Colby Lewis back. We might not see Carlos Correa this weekend. The Astros shortstop dealing with a left shoulder issue, and Dallas Keuchel also out with a shoulder issue at the moment. Here's Matt Garza and the Brewers defensively. And the Cubs Southwest starting lineup has a little bit of a twist. We thought Anthony Rizzo was going to get the night off. That was the original plan. But after a 2-homer performance, Joe decided to get him back in there tonight. Fowler, Bryant, and Rizzo. Zobrist in the cleanup spot. Russell, the shortstop. Chris Coughlin is in left. Jason Hayward in right, batting 7th. Wilson Contreras with his first and only start of this series. And the pitcher, Mike Montgomery, will bat 9th.
Brewers defensively brought to you by Arby's. See an outfield alignment of Braun, Broxton, and Santana. Villar, Arcia, Perez, Carter, third to first. Manny Pena is behind the plate, and the Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher is Matt Garza. Missed a bunch of time with a strained lat. Started the year on the DL, so he's made just 15 starts. 5-6 with a .457 earned run average. He's been better of late.
Umpires, that's Chad Whitson back of the plate. Jerry Meals, the crew chief, is at first. Ron Culp is at second, and Will Little is at third.
Garza 4-1 here in his home ballpark with a .280 ERA. So big splits home road for Garza. Much better here than he is on the road. 1-4 in his career against the Cubs with a .429 ERA. He's made 7 starts. One of those came earlier this year, back on August 16th. He went 5 innings, allowed 5 hits, 3 runs. Cubs won the ball game 4-0. There are the splits. He's a lot better here.
And the leadoff man is presented by Binny's Beverage Depot. If Dexter Fowler gets a hit here in this first plate appearance, Binny's will donate $100 to the Greater Chicago Food Depository.
Garza very deliberate. Got a lot of idiosyncrasies out there. He's got a good arm. He's 95. He'll touch 95. Sit comfortably around 92. Slider, curve. Change up, but not much.
You would expect most pitchers to be better at home than on the road, and Garza has been much better at home in his career than on the road. The first pitch, fastball for a strike on Fowler to get us started. .342 career ERA in his home ballpark, .466 on the road. It does make you wonder, though, with Matt about that routine. It's a little more controllable for his home starts. Braun in left. He's the Brewers Clemente Award nominee, and he makes the catch for the first out.
Yeah, I agree. You know, Garza's everybody's a little bit of a creature of habit in this game, but he is more than most, I guess, to an extreme. Got the strikeout pitch working his last 2 starts. Punched out 17 over 12 1/3 innings. His last start was against the Cardinals. He went 7 innings, allowed just 1 run, struck out 8, walked a couple.
Chris Bryant out of the lineup yesterday. On Monday went 0 for 5 to snap a career best 21 game on base streak. Roof closed, panels closed because of the rain. It's 80 degrees inside, 70 degrees outside. No, the heat is not on. Just kind of trap that heat and humidity. They do not have air conditioning in the main bowl here, so it's hot.
Not so much with Bryant, but the bunt is in play with Garza. Has a hard time throwing to the bases.
Nice play, Carter. Garza cannot beat Bryant to first. Head first slide to beat the play. That's an infield hit.
Again, the combination of power and speed with Bryant so rare. It's a fair number of infield hits for a guy who hits the ball out of the ballpark.
You saw just a slight hesitation by Garza, and that cost him a base runner.
Yeah, Garza kind of trying to time his arrival at the bag with the flip from Carter, and in that instance, you just got to sprint to the base.
So that brings up Rizzo. Joe thought Anthony might be a little fatigued, but after he watched him crank 2 home runs last night, thought, well, got an off day tomorrow, we'll get him in there. A base hit to right. Bryant to second. He will put on the brakes. Back-to-back 1-out singles.
Anthony continuing here tonight what he was doing last night, and that is attacking early. He was jumping all over first pitches in the ball game last night. Wastes no time here tonight. Off his former teammate, gets a center cut fastball and rips it into right. And now 7 out of 19 in his career against Garza.
Brings up Ben Zobrist, former Rays teammate of Matt Garza's. 2 for 4 last night after just 1 hit in his previous 8 games. He has been taking his walks. Ben's in the cleanup spot and playing second, and he takes high for ball 1. These are strange days on the schedule. You're on the road. It's a night game, and you've got to fly to the next city. Cubs won't get into Houston until very late tonight / early tomorrow. But when you get into September, most teams like to play night games during the week with school back in session. So that's why this is a 7 o'clock start. And the pitch. 2-1. Kind of get into that rhythm, right? You play night, night, day, and then you move on.
Yeah,
but here it was day, night, night, and kind of backwards.
The night getaway day always feels a little off.
Hit a ton, but foul. Cubs will face this situation again with the Sunday night game in Houston before flying on to St. Louis. Part of the deal, especially when you're the Cubs. Get a lot of Sunday night games as a result of their national following. It's in the dirt.
Yeah, we got a little mini vacation Saturday and Sunday. We're not televising in Houston.
See if the runners will go here with a 3-2 count. We're going to see a few droplets of water. It's like they've got just a couple of minor leaks with the roof and all this rain. They're not going, and that's ball 4, and the bases are loaded.
First inning has been a little bit of a trouble spot for Garza. He came into this game with an ERA of 6 in the first inning this year. 15 starts, 10 earned runs.
Guys on the left side of the infield had last night off, Russell and Bryant. RBI opportunity for a guy who's already knocked in 88 this year. Garza coming back on a 1-0 ground ball to Carter. He'll fire to the plate for one. Relay not in time. Garza hit the deck. He didn't want to be hit by that throw. As he was headed over to cover first base. 2 outs, bases still loaded. Is Chris Coughlin. He's playing left. Monday came off the bench. Had the go-ahead RBI single in the 7th. Scored a run that inning, stayed in the game, and then knocked in 2 with a base hit in the 8th.
Broxton, the center fielder, plays him a step the other way and shallow. Santana fairly shallow too for the pull side, and Ron playing pretty deep out there in left. The opposite of what you would expect. Ball was really carrying well in that direction last night. It was hot and steamy, and the roof was open.
And no breeze tonight.
Split that gap in right center. Score 3 and probably end up on third base himself. Hitters count.
Now 2-1. Looks like this will be the smallest of the 3 crowds in this series. We had a sellout here Monday. For 32, almost 33,000 here last night. It's 3-1 with nowhere to put him. This is 32. He is signed through next season. Came here on a 4-year contract prior to 2014. Traded from the Cubs to the Rangers in 2013.
A 4-year, $50 million deal with a vesting option has not gone well for him in a Brewer uniform. 19 and 28 with a 4.58.
Ground ball to short. Arcia will fire to Carter, and Garza escapes. They made him work for it. But the Cubs do not score. They leave the bases loaded. Mike Montgomery takes the ball when we come back.
During baseball season, I don't have time to travel to the wine country, so I do the next best thing. I take a tour from Napa Valley to Bordeaux at Binny's Beverage Depot. Over 7,000 wines from 6 continents.
If you can't find it at Binny's, it's probably not worth drinking. We started with the class-leading RX. We gave it paddle shifters to help you command the road. A sport mode to help you control the road. And a sport-tuned suspension to help you connect with the road. The Lexus RX F-Sport. This is the RX Elevated. This is the pursuit of perfection.
Hello? This is she.
Is that the doctor?
Okay, wow, really? It's two? That's great news, thank you.
It's two?
Yes, it's two. It's 2 for 1 windows at Feldco.
Feldco is offering 2 windows for the price of 1, with no money down and no interest for 1 year.
2 windows for the price of 1, and soon. Hurry. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Nobody should go to bed hungry.
That's where our friends at Binny's Beverage Depot are going to bat for the Greater Chicago Food Depository.
Every time the Cubs leadoff man gets a hit, Binny's donates $100 to help feed hungry families in Chicagoland.
That calls for a toast.
Now the Brewers Southwest starting a lineup, and yes, JD is all over those gigantic pretzels tonight. VR had a big night last night. Broxton and Braun. Perez 4 hits in game 2. Carter homered on Monday. Santana's in right. Arcia, the rookie shortstop. Manny Pena getting his only action of the series. Matt Garza, the pitcher, bats 9.
Are they really that big?
Well, they look big.
It's an optical illusion. But here are the Cubs defensively, and it's brought to you by Arby's. Coughlin, Fowler, Hayward, left, center, right. Third baseman is Bryant. Russell and Zobrist up the middle. Anthony Rizzo's at first. Wilson Contreras is the catcher, and the Lexus starting pitcher is the lefty Mike Montgomery. Those are his numbers with Seattle and the Cubs, 4 and 5 with a 2.80 ERA.
Kind of a soft 6-man rotation. Montgomery in there tonight against a very right-handed lineup. Cubs made 1 adjustment to the Houston series. John Lackey and Jake Arrieta will swap spots. Lackey will start on Saturday. Arrieta will go Sunday night. And the 1-1. There's a strike on the outside corner, 1 and 2. Vespasio said throwing strikes is key for Montgomery. When he's gotten into trouble, he's just been working from behind a lot. It's never a good idea. It's been particularly perilous for him.
Yeah, unless one of those crafty pitching backwards guys that can get you out with a 3-1 changeup. Well, Mike's got good stuff. The flash 97, sit 93, has a hard cutter, slider, kind of a hybrid pitch, curveball and a change. Made his Cub debut here back on July 23rd, third of an inning, allowed a solo home run.
That was weird. It was Kurt Neuenhuis, 3-run homer just inside the foul pole and left. Comebacker and 1 out.
Now VR, who had a big night last night, he was a double shy of the cycle. This is Mike's 4th start with the Cubs. It's been a mixed bag. He was really good in that start at Colorado back on the 20th of August. And 4 1/3, allowed just 1 hit.
Keon Broxton playing center. 1 for 4 in the series opener. Up and down a few times. Minors to the majors. First major league hit came in his 25th official at bat. And it was in his 2nd stint this year. Foul territory. Rizzo's over there, and it'll drop. 3 Cubs in the area.
Cubs in pursuit. Nobody could make the play. Broxton continues on. He's been really good since the All-Star break. And interesting guy. He's lean. He's strong. He runs well. he's among the league leaders in average exit velocity. When he hits it hard.
The Brewers are really intrigued by him. 26 years old, from Lakeland, Florida. Third-round pick of the Diamondbacks, 2009. Brief major league debut with the Pirates last season. And acquired by the Brewers in December. This is Zobrist, and that's out number 2. We'll bring up Ryan Braun. He has homered in each of the first 2 games. 4 knocked in, 3 runs scored last night, and remember, he got robbed of extra bases by Jason Hayward.
He can't wait for the Cubs to get out of town. He's got to be conflicted because he's always done a lot of damage against the Cubs. But with all the Cub fans here, he gets booed every time he gets introduced. Doesn't seem to be affecting his performance. Maybe fueling his performance.
Strike 1 from Montgomery. Inside that time. How about this? He's batting .308 in his career .304. On base percentage this year .368, career .367. Slugging this year .544, career .545. So the year he has had this year is basically the career he's had in a decade.
What's Braun, 32?
He is 32 years old.
It's a time where some guys go into a decline, but clearly he is not. Most hitters peak in their late 20s, 27, 28, in that range, and see a little bit of a decline in their early 30s. And most guys, by the time they're in their mid-30s, are, I'd say, circling the drain, but their careers are trending downward. Not all. Mike's got a nice assortment of pitches. Got a good arm. He's a former first-round draft pick. Second year in the big leagues, he made 16 starts with the Mariners last year. He was 4-6 with a .460. Pitched a couple of shutouts. And that was good to tie for the American League lead in shutouts. His first came against his former team. His 5th big league start, he shut out the Royals.
Three and 2. VR and Broxton have grounded out. Another ground ball. This time it's Bryant. Nicely done by the lefty. Clean first for Montgomery. We are scoreless after 1.
Would anybody ever ask what I wanted to be when I grew up? It was always I wanted to be in the Army.
Her dreams turned to nightmares on a fateful day in 2004.
It's something you imagine out of a movie. You know, someone's laying there, and it was me at this time.
Now, an American hero hopes to fulfill her improbable Olympic dream.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
A CSN original, Red, White, and True, airs tonight at 10.
What if the most advanced technology got a major update? What if it became more mobile, more compact, more efficient, and came with one of the best protection plans in the industry? What if it was all in one revolutionary new device? Or better yet, 2. The all-new Mitsubishi Mirage G4 and next-generation Mirage with smartphone connectivity. Come in now and get up to $1,750 cash back.
This is is what we use to clean our engines. This is what we use to stay connected to our families and get us to our customers. It helps us save lives and simply makes life better. This is what we use to explore the open road and to keep our nation strong. Clean, quality fuels from Valero. When it comes to powering the American dream, this is what we use. Valero.
In Chicago, some things just go together, like front porches and Blue W's, bricks and ivy, Waveland Avenue and souvenirs, Jake and State Farm. Like home and auto insurance with State Farm, they just go together, and they save you time and money. Just another way we're here to help life go right. Talk to a State Farm agent today.
Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is presented by State Farm. Yeah, you might want to have a fan with you tonight here at Miller Park. Jason Hayward takes a fastball 93 for a strike. 0 for 7 in the series. He's knocked in a run, scored a run, made a nice catch in the ball game last night. He did not hit the ball hard on Sunday. Came up with those 3 big RBI hits against the Giants. That one hit hard, and of course, for an out. I was just going to say, prior to that swing, we hadn't seen a lot of balls squared up in this series by Jason.
Yeah.
That's a good sign.
Mm-hmm. Right on a button.
Contreras catching tonight. So I don't want to get ahead of the story, which is just this game tonight. We tend to look at the small picture on our broadcast, but a lot of people around the Cubs are already talking postseason roster and the like. We have not talked to Joe about any of that stuff. I don't think he has come up with any conclusions. But with 24 games to go, I guess I would say one thing, and I'd be curious to get your thought on it, is number one, things can change due to injury, performance, all that stuff over the final 3 weeks. But for the most part, I don't think you're going to see any wild, crazy decisions that will take people by a ton of surprise, because this team has been so consistently good. In other words, Joe has gone mainly with this 3 catcher thing for a few months. We don't know if we'll see 3 catchers on the division series roster, but my guess would be at this point probably, unless something weird happens.
That would be my guess as well.
Right. Trying to figure out what a rotation looks like. I just don't see that we're going to see a lot of weird stuff going into that division series, because you don't need to. This team's just played really well. There'll be tough decisions at the bottom of the roster, but that comes with the territory.
Yeah. And again, a short series. I guess the one factor you might consider is if you want to bring a guy back on short rest, who's best capable of doing that. But
2 down. Here's Montgomery.
Just depends on how many pitchers they decide to take, whether they want an extra position player. Guy like Almora for defense could find his way onto the postseason roster. And remember, for the first round, you set your roster, but if you advance, then you can tweak the roster.
Right. And I guess what I'm trying to say too is it probably goes more towards starting pitchers than anybody. But if one of who we consider the top 4 for possible playoff starts at this point, if one of those guys has a really bad start here in the next couple of weeks, I think a lot of people tend to watch and go, well, that guy can't start in the first. No.
No.
You really are going to look at track record, big picture, that kind of thing.
Yeah. it's a chance. Who you play might influence your decision making as to how you line up your pitchers in a short series.
Called strike 3. Garza needed a quick inning, and he got it after loading the bases in the first.
You're taking an enormous risk speaking with us, so thank you.
Of course.
What was the key to toppling this notorious crime ring?
By keeping my identity a secret, I was able to witness the atrocities firsthand. I've been undercover for 5 years. Anonymity is critical to my survival.
Want to get away? Now you can with Southwest fares as low as $59 one way. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency.
Xfinity presents. On September 10th, the heavyweights are coming. New UFC champion Stipe Miocic defends his title against kickboxing and MMA legend Alistair Overeem. And former heavyweight champion Fabricio Verdum returns to take on Travis Hoppa Brown. Plus, the Octagon debut of former pro wrestling superstar CM Punk. Order now with your remote on Xfinity from Comcast.
The Honda Take Home a CRV sales event is here with incredible deals. Loaded with standard features like Pandora compatibility, a multi-angle rear view camera, and plenty of cargo space. It's no wonder the CRV was named Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Buy for 2016. Hurry into the Honda Take Home a CRV sales event and get a great deal today.
Welcome back to Miller Park, your Coors Light game report. Mike Montgomery back out on the hill. And as we further the playoff roster conversation, Montgomery is a guy that Joe has mentioned could be put back in the bullpen, guys. And he went on to say these starts, however, in September could really benefit him. Just the usage that he's seeing, kind of like a pinch hitter. If you don't give him those at-bats, how is he going to come in and come up with the big hit? Just like Mike might be put in a position to come out of the pen in a very pertinent situation, which, JD, I'm sure at this point in time, you know where Mike's mindset is in terms of how comfortable he is out there, but where do you see him moving forward?
Well, I think he would prefer to be in the rotation. I mean, going forward beyond this season. I don't know if there's room on the playoff roster for Mike. But perhaps. I don't know.
Well, you've got Chapman as your closer.
Wood.
You've got Wood.
Z-Man.
Zastryzny, Montgomery, so you have some options.
Yeah, you start to crunch the numbers and say, well, if you could take 4 starters, and if you do bring 3 catchers, and you got Stroke back healthy, you got Rondon. So contemplate the makeup of your bullpen. I guess that's one of the questions. Do you need 4?
Perez in the air, and it's a center fielder Fowler in the rain. He's like, wait a minute.
It's like Eeyore. Cub fans, the best availability for tickets during the final homestand of the regular season is the Red Series, September 19th through the 21st. Don't miss your chance to catch a game at beautiful Wrigley Field. Visit Cubs.com to get your tickets today.
That area where Dexter caught that fly ball, that's where that seam is, the big seam in the roof. That's the last little area that closes. The 0-1 on Carter inside.
Yeah, and who knows? You know, maybe Bosio and Joe Madden say, you know what, we kind of like Montgomery. We like his stuff. Maybe he does get a shot to pitch in the postseason.
Called strike 2.
Where's that?
That is, I think, in that area where Fowler had a little rain shower. Carter went around, first strikeout for Montgomery. Santana. He's going to ask for an umbrella. Swing and a miss.
It's like a video game where you have different levels. You have these different things pop up, and all of a sudden it starts to rain.
You know, in some ways, our conversation about the postseason roster as we sit here in September, it's almost like spring training in that we come up with all these guys. Well, this guy could make it, and this guy could make it, and we'll see what happens here. But generally what happens is there ends up being 1 or 2 spots really up for grabs. When you're kind of trying to, you know,
yes,
10
absolutely.
guys you mentioned, but really it comes down to just a couple of spots. In the dirt. And the other thing that'll happen, particularly for pitchers, is those guys who don't make a division series, they'll still hang with the team, work out, do everything as per normal in case of an injury, or if you change the configuration in the next round. Montgomery 6 up, 6 down. Nothing after 2.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs. I'm attorney Howard Ankin with legendary sportscaster Steve Stone.
And I know the right team knows how to win, like Howard Ankin Law Office.
If you or someone you know needs help with an injury case, I'm here to help. Please give me a call.
Put Howard's number in your phone right now, 312-6-million.
I've been thinking, this might be the one thing in the world you pull apart to come together.
New Papa John's Cinnamon Pull-Aparts covered with cinnamon crumble and sweet cream cheese icing. Try our new Cinnamon Pull-Aparts for just $6.
Hey, Papa John.
Wow, did not see that coming. Something else you didn't see coming? Outstanding customer service delivered by collision pros who ensure your low point ends on a high note. You may not see it coming, but you'll know where you're going. Get to Gerber.
A well-put-together man is said to be sharp. At GMC, we get why people appreciate that kind of precision. After all, precision is the kind of sharp that slices through a crowd. This is the precision of professional grade. Step up to GMC and get 20% below MSRP on select 2016 Sierra 1500 models. Or pay no interest for 72 months on all 2016 Yukons.
Why fly O'Hare when you can fly N-Jet? N-Jet, Chicagoland's choice in jet charter service. Just drive up and take off. For a quote, visit n-jet.com or call 888-FLY-NJET. There's Fowler, second time up. Flying to left to start the game. Third inning, no score. Curve is inside. JD mentioned the Mets. They beat the Reds again. That's a series sweep. And they've taken 14 in a row against Cincinnati. 6-3 the final this afternoon. Pirates lead the Cardinals 3-2, bottom of the 5th in Pittsburgh. The Cardinals have not yet homered. But they probably will because they've done it in 25 in a row. Mike Leake off the DL, starting against Jamison Tayo.
Major League record, I believe, is 27 consecutive games with a home run.
You are correct. Rangers in 0-2. Fastball just missed. It's 2-2. Garza with a bunch of DL time to start the season with a right lat strain. That's kind of the back of the shoulder. And did not make his 2016 debut until mid-June. So they missed the first 2.5 months. One thing he has not done is pitched very deep. His last start was the only time in 15 outings this year he's gone 7 innings.
Well, I would think the Brewers' hope would be that Matt would perform well down the stretch here and early next year, and they'd be able to move him next year. They're in a rebuilding mode. Very low payroll commitments going forward next year. Just he and Braun, really, the only 2 guys making any real money now in this club. Always have to qualify that in the baseball world.
Well, I would think Braun in particular would have a lot of value. Swing and a miss. Garza strikes out Fowler. Braun is being paid for a while now, signed through 2020. But I wouldn't say he's being overpaid for his performance. He's a $20 million player. That's a lot of money, but as we mentioned earlier, he has been a pretty elite performer. So has this guy. Top candidate at this point for the NL MVP. Deep left center. Braun just down to the warning track for the out.
Probably a home run last night. Ball was carrying quite well. 2-0 fastball, and Chris maybe just a little bit under it.
Rizzo at 295, so we've got a couple of guys who'd love to bat 300 this year. Bryant right now at 303. Both like to knock in 100. Rizzo at 96 RBIs, Bryant at 91. Chris has a chance to hit 40. Rizzo 2 away from 30. Old foul on the ground. Good angle.
Yeah, nice backhand. Chris, remember Chris we finished the year here last year, didn't we? He was sitting on 99 RBIs.
And he had a couple chances. Yeah.
And we do cling to those round numbers in baseball. 300 average, 30 home runs, 100 driven in. There was a period of time there, the steroid era, where those numbers didn't really mean that much. They kind of matter again. home runs, boy, the ball's flying out of the ballpark this year. The runs overall not really taking a big jump forward, but the home run ball
way up.
Yeah.
Rizzo chokes up. Garza's 1-2. Bounces way out in front of the plate.
A story somewhere today, might have been the Sporting News, about all the middle infielders, Dozier and Altuve and all the kind of littler guys. Second baseman and shortstop, normally you think of glove first type positions, and all the power that there are at those positions in Major League Baseball these days.
Swing and a miss for strike 3. 3 strikeouts early for Garza. We'll go to the bottom of the 3rd. 0-0.
Americans don't celebrate the good enough canyon. We didn't aim to be second to the moon. Verizon doesn't settle for good enough either. So now we're introducing Verizon LTE Advanced. With 50% faster peak speeds in more than 450 cities coast to coast. So don't settle for an unlimited plan with limits. Switch now and get our best deal. 20 gigs of limitless data with 4 lines for only $160. Welcome to the Next Gen network.
It's all imported cheeses. This is a fondue party, Mike.
I realize that, Alan. Taco Bell has these new burritos with warm melted cheese in the center.
This is a Gorgonzola Gruyere medley.
This is a 3-cheese blend plus nacho cheese sauce medley.
The best way to serve warm melted cheese is in the center of a beefy burrito. New cheesy core burritos only at Taco Bell.
Experience the thrill from closer than ever before when the Ultimate Motorsports Series takes to the sky. 265 miles per hour, 10 G's of force. The Red Bull Air Race World Championship is coming to Indianapolis Motor Speedway October 1st and 2nd. Tickets now on sale.
Friday nights, get your gridiron on with High School Lights on CSN. It's Chicagoland's premier preps recap show, featuring the latest scores, highlights, interviews, fan reaction, and more. High School Lights, presented by Wintrust. Friday night at 11:30 on CSN.
Cub fans, here's your opportunity to register for the chance to purchase 2016 postseason tickets for potential games to be played at Wrigley Field. Go to Cubs.com/postseason to register and learn more about this postseason ticket purchase opportunity. The Cubs will conduct random drawings from among eligible fans who successfully complete the registration form.
Bottom of the 3rd inning. Tough matchup here for Mike Montgomery facing this right-handed lineup. Has not allowed a base runner through the first 2 innings. Ball 1 on the rookie shortstop Orlando Arcia. 3 out of 7 in the series. 349 over his last 13 games. Just starting his career, 32 games in. One and one.
The Brewers much better against left-handed pitching than right. About 40 points better on the OPS against lefties.
Wind in the 1-2. Just missed the inside corner.
Montgomery drafted by the Royals, first round 2008, 36 pick overall. Early on in his minor league career, among the top pitching prospects in baseball. Baseball America had him near the top of their rankings. Top prospect in the Royals organization for a time.
2 is fouled away. It's good to see Hector Rondon back in action last night. Was charged with a run. Stuff looked good. Guessing we would not see him tonight.
No, I think that's why he's hanging out in the dugout.
He could go to the pen later, but yeah, I don't know.
He's got that hanging out with a hat tipped up look. That's I'm off tonight look. He has sneakers on.
He went. Arcia strikes out 3 in a row for Montgomery.
That's a hard biting cutter down and in, and really high right-handed hitter up in knots. That becomes a great counter to get over curveball. Guys aware, you know, he throws a cutter in, he throws his fastball up in on the hands, elevates 92, 93, and then spins that curveball on 0-0. It's an easy path to get the jump on the hitter if you can find the zone with it.
Now Steven Strasburg out of the game in the 3rd inning. Not sure what happened. But his return from the DL did not go well. Could be a big story out of Washington. Nationals lead the Braves 1-0 in the top of the 3rd. Two on the catcher, Manny Pena. Slightly closed stance as he waits and takes a back foot breaking ball low and in. Pena had some previous major league time with Kansas City. 5 games, which would be known as a cup of coffee. 2011, 2012. Bounced around the minors with several different organizations, and before getting back to the bigs with the Brewers. And when he draws the walk, he came up when Lucroy got traded to Texas. First base runner for the Brewers. Roberto Clemente Day.
This is kind of fun. They got Zobrist holding the base runner and Rizzo on top of Garza.
Garza squared early as Montgomery threw to first with Zobrist covering.
Seen all kinds of different looks from Joe Madden. That one play where Javi Baez was playing second base and he crashed to cover the bunt.
Brewers dugout, they're all yelling at their manager. Hey, wait a minute. How can the second baseman cover first?
They changed gloves. That's how. Didn't they? Wasn't that the issue earlier this year? Well, they couldn't have changed gloves. Remember what was the play this year? They weren't allowed. Joe must have gotten some clarification from somewhere.
Yeah, I thought it was about the glove.
Yeah. Which I thought was that was an awkward try by Garza, and Rizzo clearly in his head. I remember that when it happened, we had the conversation with Joe the next day, and whoever the umpire was, that was the explanation.
Right. It wasn't that Zobrist has to wear first baseman's minutes, that the first baseman has to wear a quote regular glove if he's not playing first. There's the bunt. Rizzo will barehand, throws to second for one. Relay out. What a play. Russell with an acrobatic move at second. That was a gorgeous defensive play by the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, and there's just not much guards that could do there with Rizzo right on top of him. Beautiful play.
Inning over.
Now that Big Papi's retiring, he's being smarter with his money.
I need to be smart with my money.
So he's become a super savvy shopper. Oh. That's why the Xfinity Best Offer of the Year is a home run. Lock in your rate for 2 years, plus get the X1 voice remote.
There is no crying in baseball.
It's the Big Papi of deals.
I'm not crying. My eyes are just sweating.
Score our Best Offer of the Year on the X1 Triple Play from Comcast for only $89.99 a month and lock in your rate for 2 years. Go online, call, or visit today.
We are the Coors Brewing Company, and our mountain is brewing the world's most refreshing beer. A beer proud enough to wear our name in big, red, scripted letters. That's why we lager, filter, and package cold. Because we believe every climb deserves a refreshing finish. Whatever your mountain, climb on.
Wireless service is essential to our business.
T-Mobile's network has been amazing.
I save a lot of time using T-Mobile because I don't have to worry about the overages.
T-Mobile has actually come to us and said, we see what's going on in your business. Here's how we can help.
Switch today and get a free Samsung Galaxy for everyone in your business.
We went to T-Mobile, and we haven't looked back since.
Saturday on CSN Plus, the Fire face a huge test as they head under the lights in search of 3 big points. Cheer on your men in red from home and watch them try to take down Toronto. Coverage begins at 7:30 on CSN Plus.
What a double play turn. Addison Russell, I don't know how he got anything on this throw, but he did. And it all started with Rizzo pouncing on this bunt.
Yeah, barehanded fires to Russell, up and over. And Garza's selling out. He's busting it down the line to try to beat it. It was bang, bang. Took a couple looks at it. It could have been safe. Would have been difficult to overturn had that been the call. Craig Counsell took a long look, opted not to challenge. And you can see for yourself how close this really was.
I'm surprised they didn't challenge. This Sunday, get ready for the Bears. 1 hour before kickoff, it's Bears pregame live. Lance Briggs, Alex Brown, Jim Miller, Chris Bowden get you ready for kickoff and have instant reaction. Bears postgame live immediately following the game. The best Bears coverage in the city is on CSN Chicago. Craig Counsell was talking with a home plate umpire, Chad Whitson, between innings, I think, to get some clarification on Zobrist covering first. So is that a 4-6-3 double play? Is Zobrist the first baseman on that play?
I'm still going 3-6-4.
So here is Zobrist. Fourth inning and a scoreless tie. And a strike. At 3 in Pittsburgh in the 6th. Cardinals and Pirates.
I'm trying to dig in here on this online MLB rule book. I've got the heading here, summary of rule changes for 2015. And it says amended rule 3.06 to clarify that the first baseman has the choice of wearing a glove or a mitt.
Right? But that's more about whoever's considered the first baseman. What if the first baseman's not closest to first?
I don't know.
I thought I got clarification on it the last time this came up and was told that Rizzo should have to swap gloves in that spot.
But apparently
they let him do it.
Interpretation here.
I'm glad they let him do it.
No,
that was a beautiful play.
And for me, as long as there's only one guy in the infield wearing that trapper,
yeah, because if you had the option, if you're playing short, of wearing a first baseman's mitt, you wouldn't.
Correct.
I remember seeing the great documentary on Hank Greenberg. He was not a great defensive first baseman, and he kept getting a bigger and bigger glove, and eventually it kind of led into the idea of the first baseman's mitt. This is back in the 30s and the 40s. Zobrist is on. So he's walked both times. And it's Russell. One on, nobody out. Strike to Addison. Yeah, if you're keeping score at home, it's 3-6-4 on that double play. Ground ball to third. VR. Perez. Double play. 5-4-3. So it's been a tough night for Russell. Batted with the bases loaded in the first. Hit into a fielder's choice, and this time a double play.
A more conventional double play turned by the Brewers here in the top of the fourth. Gart's been pretty good over his last 4 or 5 starts, getting a lot of outs on the ground. Just 2 hits in the ball game so far. The Cubs have both of them.
One. Coughlin. pitches, and he fouled it off himself. Got some protection down there, but it still stung.
Might be out of timeouts.
Now the 2016 rule book has a section for the first baseman's glove, then for fielding gloves, and then they have a pitcher's glove section as well. So it just could possibly, JD, come down to an umpiring crew's interpretation of who's actually playing first. The last time this happened was against the Brewers, and I think it was at Wrigley. I don't remember who the crew was at that time, but I guess they decided, well, no, you're not the first baseman if you're not closest to the bag.
Yeah, so I'm guessing in the interim, Joe got some kind of an interpretation from another umpire of the league office, to do it again here tonight. Might have been Jerry Meals that time too. Maybe they've hashed it out back there in the league office, and they said, no, he's good, he's okay.
Swing and the miss, and that will end the inning. Garza has settled in nicely after a long first, 0-0.
There are things in life that just go together. It's like they're always side by side. Because when we put them together, they're better. Like home and auto insurance from State Farm. They just go together. And they save you time and money. Just another way we're here to help life go right. Talk to a State Farm agent today.
For a limited time, a Frosty is just 50 cents. Dig in with a spoon or a straw.
I'll stick with a fry.
Because a 50-cent Frosty won't be around forever. Make sure you get it before it's gone.
Closed captioning of Cubs baseball on Comcast SportsNet is brought to you by U.S. Waterproofing.
A little seepage in your basement is no need to panic. Count on the experts at U.S. Waterproofing to diagnose and repair the problem.
For a free consultation, visit uswaterproofing.com. A better basement starts with us.
Hey, and welcome back, everybody. On Friday, September 16th, Cubs and the Brewers. First pitch 120, and up to the first 10,000 early arriving fans receive a Kyle Schwarber home run bobblehead presented by Comcast SportsNet. For more information, visit Cubs.com. Way to go, Schwarbs.
So it's an Abbott Costello routine. Who's on first? Craig Counsell. And another conversation, this time with Jerry Meals and Ron Kulpa. So I don't think he's satisfied with whatever explanation he got earlier as VR takes a strike from Montgomery.
Yeah, I can't find anything in the rules that would indicate that you cannot wear first baseman's mitt somewhere other than first base.
Fun with the rule book. We've had a lot of it this year, haven't we?
Montgomery, a big guy, gets good angles. Get on top and drive that cutter down around the knees, and then he can kind of stay on plane and ride that fastball up in the zone. Stay out of the happy zone. Down around the knees, up around the shoulders.
One hit deep, left center. And it's gone. Right at the top of the wall.
It did.
The yard just got it out. It's 1-0. That's their first hit.
VR continues to impress. That's his 14th home run. Hit one last night. Ford home run replay. Got out in front of that one and delivered a mighty blow right off the top of the wall.
Nothing Milwaukee. Strike to Broxton. Broxton strikes out as he heads back to the dugout, even though the ball got away from Contreras.
Strikeout number 4 from Montgomery. Good curveball there to get Broxton. Now, doesn't somebody, I don't know if the Baseball Writers or some magazine, give out a breakout player of the year award, something to that effect?
I think it's the MLB.com, the Gibbies or something.
Oh, that's
breakthrough performance. Yeah.
VR might be a candidate.
Grounded out his first time up. Slow curve for a strike. Montgomery, I talked to him the other day. He said, I didn't really have a breaking ball before I became a pro. He said, I was fastball changeup. Then worked on a curveball and the slider / cutter. And as a reliever, didn't totally abandon the changeup, but it's not a pitch he used a ton. That one lined into left center. Fowler over to cut it off. Braun with an aggressive turn. He's trying for 2. And he makes it. For now. And he overslid the bag. He's out. Nice job by Zobrist to hang with it as Braun was too fast.
Carried a lot of speed into the bag to beat that throw from Fowler. Tried to catch him napping a little bit out there. He would have been safe had he been able to hang on. Just alert, staying with the play.
It's like when you're 16-year-olds trying to park the car. Ease it in, ease it in, ease it in. Oh, no, don't hit the brake, not the accelerator. Two outs. Swing and a miss. It's a strike, well framed by Contreras. So even though Though Braun was safe originally, he's only credited with a single. And thrown out 8-4 by Fowler.
However, had he been upright and rounded the base and then trying to scramble back, been tagged out, he would have been credited with a double.
His bounces foul. Still 2-2. Kick and the pitch, another foul.
Yeah, there's definitely an air of spring training now to these games. These Cubs get ready for the postseason. I mean, the Brewers, their fate is sealed. They know what their season's all about. Don't know that it matters a whole lot to them whether they finish ahead of Cincinnati in the standings or not. I imagine they prefer the better draft pick.
Swung at a really bad pitch. Gets away from Contreras, but he'll sidearm it to Rizzo in time, and the inning is over. VR with the leadoff home run. Fowler to Zobrist, and Ben says, "Oh, I got you, Ryan Braun." 1-0 Milwaukee.
Xfinity presents.
On September 10th, the heavyweights are coming. New UFC champion Stipe Miocic defends his title against kickboxing and MMA legend Alistair Overeem. And former heavyweight champion Fabricio Verdun returns to take on Travis Hoppa Brown. Plus, the Octagon debut of former pro wrestling superstar CM Punk.
Order now with your remote on Xfinity from Comcast.
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you.
Call Adolescent Growth today and see how our proven treatment programs for eating disorders can begin to bring the sunshine back in the life of your teen and your family.
Please don't take my sunshine away.
I'm Dan Fields of the Fields Auto Group. We've prepared a Joe Madden Signature Edition vehicle. It will be raffled off at the end of the season, with the proceeds going to many of Joe's favorite charities.
But not before I have the pleasure of driving it to and from the ballpark. Thank you, Dan, and everyone at Fields Auto Group for this special vehicle and for making this all possible.
For official raffle rules and complete details on how you can win this Joe Madden signature vehicle, go to fieldsauto.com.
It is an honor for Fields Auto Group to help good causes like Cubs Charities and Misericordia. Fields matters because you matter.
Urlacher, coming this fall to CSN.
Hey, you can follow Patrick Mooney, our Cubs insider, all season long on CSNChicago.com, presented by Nationwide's Jeff Vukovich, serving the community for 38 years. Go to jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. Patrick, wave at us. You can't hear me.
Black 4 on the red 5, Patrick.
Matt Garza, it's a 1-0 lead. Jonathan VR. The home run.
Garza throws his fastball a bunch. He'll throw it first pitch quite often. Usually close to 70% of the time, which is significantly above league average.
Ground ball back to Garza. He'll underhand flip to Carter. I noticed when Matt was warming up in the bullpen before the game, at the very end, looked like the catcher was rolling balls back to him, and he was fielding them like grounders, because he sometimes has issues throwing the ball to bases. ground right to Arcia.
On Saturday, September 17th, Cubs Brewers first pitch 3:05 in celebration of Tradesman Appreciation Day. Ideal Industries will present a Cubs stainless steel drink bottle to up to the first 10,000 early arriving fans. For more information, visit Cubs.com. Well, there you go.
Montgomery with 2 outs. This is empty. This will be very quick inning. Cubs go 1, 2, 3.
You're taking an enormous risk speaking with us, so thank you.
Of course.
What was the key to toppling this notorious crime ring?
By keeping my identity a secret, I was able to witness the atrocities firsthand. I've been undercover for 5 years. Anonymity is critical to my survival.
Want to get away? Now you can with Southwest fares as low as $59 one way. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency.
During baseball season, I don't have time to travel to the wine country, so I do the next best thing. I take a tour from Napa Valley to Bordeaux at Binny's Beverage Depot. Over 7,000 wines from 6 continents. If you can't find it at Binny's, it's probably not worth drinking.
I always played the game with honor. I think that was instilled in me by my parents. The sacrifices they made taught me to compete with discipline and integrity.
Presented by USAA, insurance, banking, and investments tailored for the military community. Safety comes standard on the Toyota Corolla, which is probably why we've received such high safety ratings. Then consider that the Corolla is thoroughly tested to ensure quality, so you know it's built to last. It's no wonder 90% of all Toyota Corollas sold in the last 10 years are still on the road today. Tested, trusted, Toyota. Lease a new 2016 Corolla with 0 due at signing and 0 first month's payment. Or get 0% APR for 72 months on Corolla. Find yours at buyatoyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan here with a Coors Light Cold Hard Facts SportsNet Central update. Coming up later tonight, we take you inside the Cubs clubhouse. Reaction to tonight's series finale with the Brewers. Plus, Kyle Long officially agrees to a 4-year, $41 million extension with the beloved Bears. And we'll have the inspirational story of triathlete Melissa Stockwell. It's all coming your way later tonight on SportsNet Central. Now back to Len and JD in Milwaukee.
Cap, thank you. Hey, Monday at 7, come out and enjoy one of baseball's biggest rivalries as CSN Chicago hosts a Coors Light viewing party at Wildwood Tavern in Niles. Watch Chicago play St. Louis and enjoy ice-cold Coors Light. Great beer equals great responsibility. That was a 4-pitch inning for Matt Garza. Nothing Milwaukee. Chris Carter, who struck out his first time up, will lead off for the Brewers here in the 5th. That's the changeup. Swinging strike 1.
Changeup is what Braun hit for his base hit, and I'm not sure it's not what VR hit for the home run.
Fastball that time, up a little bit. Carter with 33 home runs, trailing the league leaders Bryant and Arenado by 3. Ball at 2 strikes. Speaking of Arenado, the Rockies are trailing the Giants 4-1 in the 4th. Gorkis Hernandez and Brandon Belt have homered for San Francisco. Called strike 3.
I've been working him up in the zone, in on the hands with the fastball, and then after the breaking pitch went downstairs with a heater and just locks him up. A dart, borderline low, but he got the call. It's on the plate. Second time he's gotten Carter tonight. 6 strikeouts overall for the lefty.
Curve low and in to Domingo Santana. Big night in game 2. 3 hits, knocked in a couple, stole a base, scored a run. We want to welcome all our viewers watching on Farmers Mutual Telephone Company in Jessup, Iowa. Strike. They have opened the panels in right center and left center, so a little bit of a breeze now coming in. I suppose we could end up with the roof opening before this night ends, assuming the rain is gone at some point. Ground ball, Russell. 2 gone.
Mike made a couple of starts with the Mariners, as well as working out of the bullpen, and mostly out of the pen here. This is his 4th start with the Cubs. As I mentioned, the one in Colorado quite good. 4 1/3 1 hit. He allowed a solo home run, so that outing mirroring this one. Very efficient here tonight. Then he worked at Dodger Stadium, allowed 3 runs in 5 innings on 6 hits. He walked 4 in that ball game, labored through 91 pitches. Last time out, a no decision against the Giants. 4 innings, 3 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned. So it's been a mixed bag. But boy, you see the potential when he spins that curveball, and has been able to command it here tonight to go along with a good heater. Next level would be to develop better feel for that changeup. But if he were not able to do that, he still would have a chance of being a good, solid, middle of rotation pitcher because of the other pitches.
Yeah, and it's all about 2016. This is not any sort of audition for next year, but yeah, as you said, you can see the potential. 2-2 on Arcia.
Started with the Royals, traded to the Rays, moved along to Seattle, now Cubs. So he's been bouncing around. He's 27 years old. Sometimes it just takes a while for that light to go on.
Three and 2 with 2 outs. Ball 4. Face Pena, the catcher.
Yeah, if you wanted to downgrade him for anything tonight, it would be these walks at the bottom of the batting order. He walked Pena last time, and now Arcia with 2 outs. Situation calls for being a little bit more aggressive. Just wasn't able to find the zone.
Another throw to first. It's Carlos Subero, their first base coach. Longtime third base coach Ed Cedar across the way. One ball, no strikes.
Cedar's been here a long time.
He has.
He survived a regime change. Well, Garza's on deck. You want to Pena here, so you have Garza leading off the next inning.
Ed Cedar is from Waukegan, Illinois. This is his 10th year on the Brewers staff, 6th as their third base coach. Previously was their first base coach. To Waukegan West High School. Played ball at the College of Lake County. 8 seasons in the minors with the White Sox. Anything else you want to know about Ed Cedar?
That's the Cedar file. That's good stuff.
Has a dog named Squirt.
Squirt?
Yep.
Huh. Does the dog have a little bladder problem?
Likes lemon flavored soda. Bryant gets Pena, and that will end the inning. Is it lemon? What's Squirt? That's real.
Citrusy.
Citrus. There you go. 1-0 Milwaukee after 5.
You ever feel like you're spinning? Like you're stuck in the same place in life? Just going round and round and round? Yeah, man. Been there.
No, actually spinning.
Oh, we can fix that by going to Midas. They have a great selection of tires. Sorry, Doug. I thought you were trying to get deep.
Nah.
Trust the Midas Touch. For tires, brakes, oil, everything.
Fix my heart and my broken bones. If I can't stand up on my own, don't make me stand alone. Lift me up so I can see the light. But when the sun goes down, I will lay in your arms tonight. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Your heart's been repaid.
Hey, honey. You remember to lock the Buick, right?
Of course I do. I'd never forget that.
The My Buick app, now available in every Buick.
You closed all the apartment windows, too.
Come on. Really?
You're the best.
It's the Buick 2016 model year sell down. Now get 20% below MSRP on select Encore models in stock. That's nearly $5,600 below MSRP on this Encore.
Monday at 7, come out and enjoy one of baseball's biggest rivalries as CSN Chicago hosts a Coors Light viewing party at Wildwood Tavern in Niles. Watch Chicago play St. Louis and enjoy ice-cold Coors Light. Great beer equals great responsibility.
Hey, welcome back. We head to the 6th. Cubs trail the Brewers here on 1-0. Wednesday, September 21st, the Cubs welcome students, alumni, and fans of the Big Ten. Fans who buy tickets through the special group nights page will receive a special edition Cubs scarf in their favorite Big Ten schools' colors. Also, one lucky individual will get a chance to throw out a ceremonial first pitch. For more information, visit Cubs.com/special group nights. Matt Garza has faced the minimum after the first inning. Cubs loaded the bases, failed to score in the first. They've had one base runner since. That was the Zobrist's walk leading off the fourth. He was erased on a double play ball off the bat of Addison Russell. So not much going on here against the veteran right-hander. Dexter Fowler going to get his third look at him. Perhaps he can get something started. Leadoff double would work.
Liner caught by Perez for the out.
Economy of pitches for Garza, that was 66.
Squirt naturally flavored, has a very small amount of grapefruit juice, but it is a citrus drink, yes. Bryant with one out.
A nice grape knee high.
Yeah. They have Fago, Shasta.
Mm-hmm. We used to play bullpen ball for RC Colas.
Sure. It's a swing and a miss.
So, looking for confirmation that that pitch was up. And the home plate umpire, Chad Whitson. I recall seeing Chad prior to this series. Must be a replacement. Try to get in his kitchen here. Brewers travel tonight as well. They start a 4-game series with the Cardinals tomorrow night.
To the seats. Pitch. Back to Garza. Cubs had back-to-back singles in the first inning. Bryant and Rizzo, and no hits since. What's he doing well, Matt Garza?
Not a lot of hard contact. Obviously, he's avoiding the barrel. Got good stuff. I mean, the velocity is good. He gives you tough angles because of his height. Gets on top.
He's getting early swings too.
Yeah, and I think that's. I don't know if that's so much a function of him or just the Cubs not being as patient as they normally are.
Ten times he's gotten ahead 0-2 in this game. To half the batters.
When a guy's getting the jump on you like that, that tends to create some early swings.
All right, Allison on Twitter, JD wants to know what's bullpen ball and how do you play it for RC Cola? You mentioned it. What is?
Well, the bullpens were at the park at home. It was the hockey rink. For whatever reason, we used to call those bullpens, the boards, you know. So where the outdoor rinks would be in the wintertime, in the summertime, it was just this oval. And you'd play, 4-on-4, 5-on-5. A lot of times we'd use a softball. And it was a great game for bat control because you had the ball on the line or on the ground, because if you hit it over the walls, it was an automatic out, unless you hit it straight away center field between the two posts, and then it was an automatic home run. So you kind of, it's like dead ball era baseball. You slap it, hit it on the line, hit it on the ground.
And the winner would get RC Cola?
Yeah, the losers had to buy the RC Colas. Down at Abdella's General Store.
Allison, now you know. Good question.
And then if you didn't have enough guys for bullpen ball, then you played screen ball.
Rizzo cranks it to right. Gone! Tie ball game. 1-1.
Well, told his manager he wanted to be in there tonight after 2 home run night last night, and he rewards his manager with another big fly. And it was just a matter of time before the home run started to come for Anthony. He had not done a whole lot in that department in the second half of the season. But here he comes. And it's number 29.
Watch Garza's reaction.
He's going to try to body language that one foul, but it's just not going to happen.
So 3 in 2 nights for Anthony. And back to even. VR for the Brewers, Rizzo for the Cubs.
Second hit for Anthony tonight. He singled first time up. He is now driven in 97. Screen ball. Allison probably wants to know what that is. So that's you basically you're defending the backstop. So you go to the park and there's a backstop at Little League Park or local rec park for softball. And anything, so you just lob the ball in, a guy smashes it, and if it gets through the defenders to the screen, it's a base hit. Normally you'd have 3 guys defending the backstop. And then the upper levels of the backstop would be assigned double, triple home runs depending on the size of the screen. Usually the outside corners would be triples.
Pretty elaborate.
And when you don't have enough guys to play a full-on game, you have to get creative.
Right. Anthony Rizzo found his way into the lineup, and he has just tied the game with a home run, his 29th. 1-1.
Good or better? The Hyundai Elantra versus the Honda Civic. The Elantra has available auto emergency braking with pedestrian detection. The Civic doesn't. Hyundai was named #1 in customer loyalty 7 years in a row. Honda wasn't.
Anyone?
And only one is backed by America's best warranty.
Hello?
The Hyundai.
What is that? Excuse me?
Better is the reason to buy Hyundai. The 2017 Elantra from Hyundai.
Whoa, that doesn't look good. No, not you. Ordinary fuels can clog your engine with dirt. It's like lugging this around. It's dragging down your fuel economy. But over time, using new and improved BP gasoline with Invigorate helps clean up that dirt, like hundreds of scrubbing brushes. So that means a cleaner engine, which helps you get more miles per tank. I'll be here if you need me. New BP gasoline with Invigorate, our best fuel ever.
They say a lot of things about rain. Like how hard it's gonna fall. The things it does to your parade. We've got a saying about rain too. When it rains, it roars. The all-wheel drive lineup from Dodge. Domestic, not domesticated.
Now get 20% off MSRP cash allowance on select 2016 Dodge Grand Caravan models in dealer stock.
Welcome back to Milwaukee.
Milwaukee. This is your Coors Light game report. Anthony Rizzo tying things up with his third long ball in the last 2 nights. Chris Bryant, talking before the game, said he looked really good last night, kind of joked that he doesn't often get to watch Anthony Rizzo go deep well from the dugout. He says, I'm usually, waiting for my turn, but he said that he can tell by the way that Anthony is swinging, guys, that he is ready to step on the gas with more important baseball to come. Just said he was sorry he wasn't on the bases for him when he did it.
Thank you, Kelly. Well, maybe Rizzo will push Bryant and a couple of other guys in this MVP race. What happened to Wilson Contreras?
I don't know. I'm assuming pitch must have jumped up on him, bounced, and got him up under the mask.
Oh, yeah. Not quite expecting that. Jake Elmore will bat for Matt Garza.
Joe waiting for the pinch hitter to be announced. He's going to make a move.
So this game will be determined by the bullpens. Here's Justin Grimm.
If you have moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis and you're talking to your doctor about your medication, this is Humira. This is Humira helping to relieve my pain and protect my joints from further damage. This is Humira helping me go further. Humira works for many adults. It targets and helps to block a specific source of inflammation that contributes to RA symptoms. Doctors have been prescribing Humira for over 13 years.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections, including tuberculosis. Serious, sometimes fatal infections and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Before treatment, get tested for TB. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB. Hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Ready for a new chapter? Talk to your rheumatologist. This is Humira at work.
This is my Bobopedic gel, only $9.99 for the queen set.
And this is the Certa Savant 3 queen set at $19.99.
That's right, $19.99.
Theirs has memory foam, cooling gel, and a nice firm feel.
Mine has Bobopedic memory foam, cooling gel, and your choice of feel. Plush, firm, or half and half.
Their set comes in a convenient rectangle shape.
So does mine.
So why are they charging $1,000 more?
Because they can.
Huge jackpots, 24/7 gaming action, luxury hotel accommodations, and Milwaukee's best entertainment and dining are yours at Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. Find out more and book your stay today at paysbig.com. Time for the Midas Tire and Auto Service experts call to the pen. Right-hander Justin Grimm.
The Reaper. He has been on quite a roll of lately. An 0.44 ERA in his last 24 appearances. That's 1 run, 1 earned run, 20 2/3 innings.
No strikes on Jake Elmore. So Garza went 6, 3 hits, 1 run. Montgomery went 5, 2 hits, 1 run. Both runs, home runs.
Ooh.
That's not a strike.
It was not a strike. It was deemed to be high. That's the way you burn it on in there. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Remember Chatter in Little League? He can't hit, he can't hit. Swing batter.
You're just going down memory lane here these last couple of innings. About R.C. Cola.
Screen ball.
And
chatter. I remember I had a teammate in the minor leagues. He was an A-ball and he got called up to AAA. He was young. He was only 20, 21. And he wanted the second base umpire to move, and he referred to him as Blue. He said, "Hey, Blue, could you move to?" And it's, "Son, this isn't high school. We don't call each other. We're not blue up here." You never know. You don't know these things till somebody tells you.
So
I don't know if they do it at any level now. I don't do in high school or college. Do they refer to them? Hey, Blue. Does that still play?
I was just going to ask, at the major league level, is it first name thing?
Yeah.
Hey, Jerry.
Yeah.
Base hit. Elmore is aboard, or Sir would probably be the other one, right? Pardon me, sir, if you don't know who it is. Or
No.
not even
Well, maybe if you're a
you don't
kid.
know the guy's name.
Yeah, if you're a kid. Yeah. But you would be wise to ask, because you don't want to lose cool points with the umpires by calling them Sir or Blue. And now Joe and DJ Manville coming out to check in with Justin Grimm.
Don't like this. Fastball 91-92. He says, "I feel fine." Looks like
I didn't see anything. I didn't see a wince or any kind of a reaction that would lead me to believe something.
might have just been velocity. Well, they're not going to take any chances. Well, hopefully nothing's going on with Justin, but so we'll have Carl Edwards Jr. it looks like, and considering he had not thrown a pitch, it'll take a while for him to get ready, but he'll have as much time as he needs, and he'll do it on the main mound. So we'll have a pitching change, bottom of the 6th, and we'll be right back.
Since the beginning, there's been one pioneering light, illuminating the path for others to follow. The distinctive Audi LED technology, designed to see and be seen.
This is how an Audi earns its rings. LED technology, found in the Audi Q3.
Get an exceptional offer at your local Audi dealer.
I'm a big fan of my Bank of America mobile banking app. I can manage my accounts, deposit checks, get alerts, pay my bills, and more. I'm a big fan of this team, too. In fact, I tried out to be the mascot. Apparently, I'm overqualified. I do not have an overbite.
Pat Hughes reporting from Wrigleyville Sports, where the excitement is building. Devin is getting a new home white jersey customized while he waits. He'll be ready for game action in no time. Ashley is having fun taking selfies in her new Cubs t-shirt. Fits like a glove. Colin is testing out a new bat. Get out the tape measure, long gone. Across the street from Wrigley Field, Wrigleyville Sports is your one-stop shop for everything Cubs. Open 7 days a week or anytime at WrigleyvilleSports.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Cub fans, let's go. Join the Cubs season ticket holder waiting list. Claim your spot in our lineup for season tickets. It's easy and free to register. For details, visit Cubs.com/waiting list.
Upcoming schedules brought to you by PNC Bank. Off to Houston. American League rules this weekend, Friday night, Saturday afternoon, Sunday night, and then off to St. Louis Monday through Wednesday. Wild game in Pittsburgh. It's 4-3 Pirates in the bottom of the 8th. Do not want to speculate too much on Justin Grimm. Again, it looked like the fastball velocity was down a little bit. But there was nothing in between pitches that we could necessarily see. So we'll just wait and get further word from the Cubs.
Yeah, and you know, as we mentioned, you get to this point and you have the lead that the Cubs have. So it is, again, it's like spring training. You react to every situation. You say, I'm not going to take any chances. Obviously, you're trying to win the ball game, but that takes a back seat to taking care of guys and making sure they're ready to go when the postseason rolls around.
Edwards says he's ready to go.
Yeah, and you got to make sure you get enough out there. Sometimes in a situation there's a tendency to rush and to say you're ready when you're not ready, because you know you got 20,000 people staring out at you going, okay man, we're waiting on you, especially for a young guy. But these relievers have gotten so adept at getting ready quickly. One of these guys, it's, you know, 4 or 5 tosses of catch up on the mound, crank it up about 8-10 times, and they're ready to go.
VR homered to lead off the 4th. Elmore singled to lead off the 6th before Grimm was removed. Fastball inside. Ball 1. Bryant will get the out at first. Elmore's at second. 1 away. Plays like a sac bunt.
The Reds have signed a 20-year-old right-hander from Cuba named Vladimir Gutierrez. $4.75 million. They had already exceeded their international bonus pool, so they'll pay 100% luxury tax on that signing. So $9.5 million. It will ultimately cost the Reds, but this is a kid. Scouts like him. 97, real sharp curveball.
Broxton, the batter. That's a strike on a curve.
It's been a terrible year for the Reds, especially in their bullpen, but they've got some good arms out there now. I don't know how close this kid, he's only 20, so he may be way away. Iglesias, since he moved to the bullpen, has been really good. Lorenzen's got a good arm out there.
DeSclafani, who's starter, close, safe. I have an idea. We're coming up with all these ideas in terms of rules changes, maybe speed up the game a little bit. I have an idea that is counterintuitive. When you hear it, you're going to think, well, wait a minute. But hear me out, okay?
All right.
What if we got rid of the 8-pitch warm-up rule when a new reliever comes into the game? Here's why I mentioned that. Might that actually get teams to not waste time getting a reliever up in the first place? You often see in the dugout, they give a little hand signal to the catcher, hey, go out and waste some time. Pitching coach will come out just to buy some time for a reliever. If we just kind of got rid of all that stuff, and if you made a change, most guys are going to warm up anyway in the bullpen, and most bullpen guys aren't going to require more than probably 8 to 10 pitches anyway.
Well, so you're saying give him more?
I'm not saying give him more. I'm just saying whatever you need.
Yeah.
Not limit it. Because then if you did make a change and a guy wasn't ready, the rare circumstance.
That's it. I'm intrigued. I see where you're going with that. I really like that
Because I think more time is wasted in game time with, hey, I need you to waste time to get this guy ready in the bullpen.
Right.
When let's just get rid of that whole idea. When you're ready to make a change, make a change. Guy comes in, as many as you need. Most guys aren't going to take 20. They might take 11. Think about it. Swing and a miss. 2-2.
I like that idea. And there would clearly be pushback because the pitchers are going to tell you they're much more comfortable warming up out there than they are in the field.
They can if they want. The interesting thing is, I think if we change the rule, I still think teams would waste time to get guys ready anyway. Swing and a miss. Some high cheese that you love so much from Carl Edwards Jr.
It's so appropriate here in Milwaukee.
And as Toby points out on Twitter, and I love this note, that deal between the Rangers and the Cubs, 3 pitchers who pitched very recently in this game, all involved. Right? Garza, Grimm, and Edwards. Here's Braun.
Neil Ramirez was in that deal. He was with the Cubs earlier this year, then came to Milwaukee, then moved on to Minnesota. I'm not sure where Neil is right now. Mike Holt. I'm not sure where Mike is. Check here on the old Google machine.
Thought we saw Mike in spring training with the White Sox. 1-0. And a strike. Neil is still in Minnesota.
Mike Holt is, well, he would have finished the year with El Paso, AAA club for the Padres.
Knocked down by Contreras.
Don't know if he earned a call up or not.
Game, bottom 6. 3-1.
We'll put him on and start all over with Perez.
Perez first and second. Cubs are saying Justin Grimm left the game due to illness.
Yeah, there's been something floating around the clubhouse. Some guys battling a bug.
Maybe just under the weather, and I guess that would
Stop a little energy, a little funky out there.
It's not good news he's not feeling well, but
better than the alternative.
Better than an arm issue. Game is over in Pittsburgh. The Pirates snap their 8-game losing streak with a 4-3 win. So the Cubs' magic number in the division down to 9. count. Fouled away. Lead is at 16. Pirates fighting for their playoff lives as they're on the outside looking in. And right now just trying to get back to the 500 mark. They stopped the bleeding with a 1-run win tonight.
Cubs' next win, whether it comes tonight or not, their next win will be their 90th. It will be back-to-back 90-win seasons for them. The first time that has happened since the late 1920s, 1928, 9, and 30. Cubs won 91, 98, and 90 games respectively. They're on pace to win 104. Haven't done that since 1910.
Softly to Rizzo. That will end the inning. So Edwards in for Justin Grimm, who left due to illness, keeps the Brewers off the board.
I'm a big fan of my Bank of America mobile banking app. I can manage my accounts, deposit checks, get alerts, pay my bills, and more. I'm a big fan of this team, too. In fact, I tried out to be the mascot. Apparently, I'm overqualified. I do not have an overbite.
The Honda Take Home a CRV sales event is here with incredible deals. Loaded with standard features like Pandora compatibility, a multi-angle rear view camera, and plenty of cargo space. It's no wonder the CRV was named a Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Buy for 2016. Hurry into the Honda Take Home a CRV sales event and get a great deal today.
So, can I see you again?
I'm free on Black Forest Ham Day.
There's a Subway 350 sub of the day to help you remember life's important days.
We got married in June.
On Tuna Day.
Every day a different 350 6-inch sub. Every day of the week. Every sub contains no artificial flavors. At just $3.50, it's a great sub at a great price.
Her name is Terry.
She was born on Sweet
Onion Chicken Teriyaki Day.
The 350 sub of the day. Every day of the week at Subway.
Time now for our Xfinity high-speed action. Rizzo ready to charge on the Garza bunt, and Addison Russell with an acrobatic play as they turn the double play.
Yeah, very, very close play at first base there. Craig Counsell opted not to challenge. Probably figured, well, he might not be able to overturn that. It was the third inning. Decided to keep that challenge in his pocket.
There's Carlos Torres. Takes over for Matt Garza. So it sounds like a stomach issue for Justin Grimm. Tried to pitch through it. And was unable to. So no arm issue or anything like that. In the air, foul ground over near the first base dugout, and it's Carter, and he has enough space to make the catch.
Another early swing by the Cubs. One pitch, one out for Torres. Relievers available in the Brewers bullpen, or at least listed on the card here tonight. Only one lefty. So a lot of options, a lot of names, faces, pitchers available to Counsell, but only one lefty.
We've got a palindrome for the attendance. You ready? 23,832. Broken bat roller to Perez, and he throws out Conley.
What was that number again?
23,832.
Toby Harrah. He was a palindrome.
Dave Otto. Hayward with 2 outs.
The Reds bullpen and development of their young arms, and whether you anticipate these teams at the bottom of the Central making a big leap forward in the next year, it's difficult. You don't see teams make that big of a jump from one year to the next. Usually,
or as a pitcher in foul territory.
We'll finish that point, I don't know, next week sometime.
Okay, we'll get back to it. I'll remember, like, a week from Tuesday or something. 1-1 in the 7th.
Now that Big Papi's retiring, he's being smarter with his money.
I need to be smart with my money.
So he's become a super savvy shopper. Oh. That's why the Xfinity Best Offer of the Year is a home run. Lock in your rate for 2 years, plus get the X1 voice remote.
There is no crying in baseball.
It's the Big Papi of deals.
I'm not crying. My eyes are just sweating.
Score our Best Offer of the Year on the X1 Triple Play from Comcast for only $89.99 a month and lock in your rate for 2 years. Go online, call, or visit today.
Heineken Light makes it okay to flip another man's meat.
No. You never flip another man's meat.
Award-winning Heineken Light is the best light beer you've ever tasted.
That's true. Can I have one?
Can I flip your meat?
No.
Suit yourself.
The honor and discipline displayed by our military has inspired me on the mound and in my music. That's why I've always supported programs to raise money and awareness for our injured troops and their families.
USAA. Insurance, banking, and investments tailored for the military community. Safety comes standard on the Toyota Corolla, which is probably why we've received such high safety ratings. Then consider that the Corolla is thoroughly tested to ensure quality, so you know it's built to last. It's no wonder 90% of all Toyota Corollas sold in the last 10 years are still on the road today. Tested, trusted, Toyota. Lease a new 2016 Corolla with zero due at signing and zero first month's payment. Or get 0% APR for 72 months on Corolla. Find yours at buyatoyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. Her dreams turned to nightmares on a fateful day in 2004. Now an American hero hopes to fulfill her improbable Olympic dream. A CSN original, Red, White, and True, the comeback story of Melissa Stockwell on SportsNet Central tonight after Cubs postgame live.
Sinker baller Trevor Cahill takes over on the mound.
The big righty's 4-4. He's got a 2.68 ERA. League batting 204 against him. Sinker, curveball, changeup. The changeup has been a very effective pitch for him this year. Seems to me like he's throwing that a whole lot more this year than last.
Yes. Albert Almora Jr. for Coughlin in left.
So anyway, the point I was going to finish next week, I'll finish now. It's very difficult. You don't typically see teams take huge leaps from one year to the next. But the 2015 Cubs, a huge exception. They won 73 games in 2014. 24 games better in the standings last year, 97 and 65.
So it is possible. Carter fouls.
And then normally when you look at the history of baseball, a team with that makes that kind of a leap from one year to the next typically doesn't take another big step forward. But the Cubs, here we go again, are on their way to 100 wins in all likelihood.
Despite that pitch, you're right about Cahill. Last year, he threw his changeup about 16% of the time, according to Fangraphs. This year, over 26%. So we went from sinker, slider, occasional curveball guy, and occasional changeup to basically fastball, curve, change.
Yeah, and I think Chris Bosio has discouraged the slider cutter and likes the curveball, changeup, sinker combination.
Joe Smith, Travis Wood.
This game is as tight as can be. 1-1, 3 hits, no errors, 3 left for each club.
Question is, how much more tied could it be? And the answer is none. None more tied. That is a leadoff walk. We'll bring up Santana. Did we have a Santana-Hendricks matchup the other day and we let it go by?
I don't think he was in there. I don't think he played.
You're right. It was Broxton. Because we would have noticed, right?
I think so, yeah.
Ball 1.
Earlier we were talking about middle infielders hitting home runs. Starlin Castro hit his 20th tonight. Yankees beat the Blue Jays 2-0.
Chris Bosio leadoff walk and then a 2-0 start on the next batter. A reminder, follow In-Game Live on CSNChicago.com, presented by State Farm. Yankees now 2.5 out. The wild card race, 3 teams ahead of them for that second spot: Orioles, Tigers, Astros.
Boston and Toronto came into today tied atop the AL East. So the Jays lose. Red Sox leading the Padres 3-2 out in San Diego. They're in the 4th inning. Baltimore was just a game behind those 2.
So if the season ended at this moment, right, you'd have Cardinals and Mets in a play-in game to then get to the wild card, right? They're tied. The winner of that game would play the Giants, and then the winner of that game would play, at this point, the Cubs. Bounced foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. Good visit by Chris Bosio. They strike him out. Okay.
It's good coaching. White Sox got to the Tigers bullpen this afternoon, beat Detroit 7-4. Detroit right there in the wild card race in the American League. 4.5 games behind Cleveland in the division. I'll make it 5.5. Cleveland beat the Astros 6-5 tonight.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. We don't have to go through all the excruciating details, but let's say there's a 3-way tie at the end of the year for the American League East title. Would you not have playoffs to determine the division winner, then potentially a playoff to determine a wild card spot? I mean, it could get really crazy, right?
Yeah. Although I don't know what they do now. If everybody's in, do they go to some kind of a tiebreaker to determine who the division title winner is? And
I think they do, because the difference now between a wild card and a division is much greater. Before it was just home field advantage.
So you'd have to play that off. So how do you do that? 3 teams tie for division. What do you do?
They have some formula determining which team is club 1, 2, and 3, and then
somebody could choose to play 1 game on the road or 2 at home.
Something like that, yeah.
That puts a lot of pressure on the traveling secretary. High-stress job to begin with.
Yes, and I'm reading the rule. It does apply. Runner goes in the dirt. That's ball 4. Here's the rule. If 1 game is needed to break a tie for a playoff berth, it will be played on the Monday after the scheduled end to the regular season, hosted by the team that won the season series against the other. That applies to determining a division championship, whether or not the losing team would still qualify as a wild card. So that could happen in the American League East.
But is there a provision there for 3 teams?
Yes,
that tie.
But you don't want me to read it.
No.
It's going to make your head hurt.
Oh, I hope it happens. It'll be good stuff.
Pena with 2 on and 1 out. Just to give you an idea of how confusing it is, here's one paragraph on this. If Club 1 has a better record against Club 2, Club 2 has a better record against Club 3, Club 3 has a better record against Club 1, or Club 1 has a better record against 2, 2 and 3 have identical records against each other. Fair ball. Thank you, Chris Bryant, but safe. Throw pulled Rizzo off the bag. And the throw to second is late, as Rizzo was trying to nail Arcia. So 2 outs in the inning.
That ground ball takes Chris right to the bag. He has a stutter step, though, to make sure he gets the base. That throws off the timing a little bit. The throw is offline, and timing Anthony can stretch back to the bag. And Pena has beaten him to the pillow.
First and second with 2 outs, and Scooter Gennett announced Joe Madden is out to the mound. So we're good on the playoff scenario thing? I can't even.
Yeah, it's just nuts. Let the lawyers sort that out if it happens.
Pitching change in the 7th in a 1-1 tie. Here's Travis Wood.
It's Peyton. It's Peyton on Sunday morning.
E-Man.
What up, Peyton?
You know I have DirecTV NFL Sunday Ticket. I get every game, every Sunday, all in HD.
Yeah, I know that.
So you want to come over? I'll make nachos.
I can't right now, man. I'm playing.
Oh, yeah. All right. Pencil you in for Tuesday.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket included at no extra charge. Only on DirecTV.
Check out 2 great sales going on now at Bass Pro Shops, with savings like Redhead men's jeans starting at under $20, Redhead men's and ladies Everest hikers for under $20, and this electric smoker by Masterbuilt for under $165 after rebate.
These pizzas are the same, but depending on the day of the week, they aren't the same price. That's not right, so we're fixing it. Now you can carry out large 3-topping Domino's pizzas for $7.99 every day of the week.
Welcome back. It's the Midas Tire and Auto Service Experts call to the pen, and it's left-hander Travis Wood, the often used Travis Wood. This is his 69th appearance.
Yeah, he's been able to answer the bell time and time again. 4-0 with a 3.25 ERA for Travis. Left-handed batters hitting 137 against them, and that's what he'll deal with here. Scooter Gennett, who has made great strides against left-handed pitching this year. Ironically, his numbers against righties have dipped a little bit.
Wood to Gennett, and check on Arcia.
This has not been as good in the second half as he was prior to the All-Star break. Had a 6.10 ERA in the month of August.
That's a strike. Montgomery, Grimm, Edwards, Cahill, and Wood. Down by Contreras. 1-1.
If the Brewers were down in this ball game, Craig Counsell might have been willing to burn Gennett here to get a right-handed batter in there against Wood. Always careful, even in September in a tie game. Run the risk of running out of plays. He's not going to run out of pitchers. He's got a boatload of those.
How large is the boat? Pretty large.
Pretty big, yeah.
13, I think. The count is. Popped him up on the infield. Russell. And the inning is over. To the 8th. 1-1.
For injury law, the choice is simple. Ankin, 312-6-million.
One swing can be the ultimate game changer.
Jones with a high drive to left field.
And at T-Mobile, we know how to change the game for good. We've doubled our LTE coverage, and our extended range LTE is 4 times stronger in buildings than before. But we didn't stop there. With T-Mobile, you can stream baseball free without using your data on MLB TV. T-Mobile, that's Major League coverage.
Cub fans, Joe Madden wants you to own his car. How about that? Joe is raffling off his signature vehicle for charity. Raffle tickets are $100 each. and are available at fan services during all remaining home games or at 3721 North Clark Street. Full details available at Cubs.com/Joe's Raffle. Corey Knebel, next man out of the chute for the Brewers. 25th appearance, 0-2 with a 4.76 ERA. Spent some time on the DL earlier this year. Mid-90s heater and a sharp downward breaking curveball for Knebel. First came to the big leagues with the Tigers. 2014, made 8 appearances. First round pick of Detroit in 2013. Well, actually a supplemental pick after the first round. 39th overall. University of Texas, I believe, right? Knebel?
Yes. You are correct, sir. Here's Contreras. Tommy La Stella on deck. I believe it's for Almora Jr. Fouled away by Wilson.
Folks, you see the guy behind home plate in the flag shirt? That's an entire flag outfit. He's got the matching pants. It's Captain America.
Oh, you're going to tell me it was Evil Knievel.
Yeah, he does have a little Evil Knievel thing going on.
Impersonator.
Pitching has ruled the night. 6 hits total, 3 aside, a couple solo home runs, and that's about it.
Breaking ball from Knebel.
Hey, we got to wish happy birthday to The Rock. Bill Schroeder next door.
My buddy next door.
Former big league catcher, current analyst on Brewers television. There's The Rock celebrating a birthday today.
Called strike 3.
Pryor celebrating a birthday today. He is 36.
La Stella off the bench.
This might make some folks feel old. Joe Rudy is 70 today.
Wow. 70.
All right, put it in a box. Shows you your pitch. Go ahead, hit it in the corner for 2 bases. It's Tardy.
So 3 Cubs affiliates starting the playoffs tonight. These are best of 3. Myrtle Beach, an 8-1 winner at home over Salem. Trevor Clifton, just named the pitcher of the month in the Cubs organization. He got the win. Tough luck for South Bend. They lost in the bottom of the 11th at West Michigan 3-2. So I think the next 2 games are in South Bend. The Cubs will have to win both of those Midwest League playoffs. Short season A, the Eugene Emeralds are at Hillsboro trailing 1-0 in the bottom of the 2nd. Emeralds against the Hops. Full count, 3-2 on La Stella. Second base, it's Arcia, the shortstop. Cubs' only hit since the first inning was the Rizzo homer in the 6th. Haven't done much else offensively. Here's Fowler, 0 for 3 tonight. Strike called.
You know what it is? It's the night game on getaway day. Just messing with everybody's rhythms. Everybody's out of sync.
Strike on Fowler. The pitch. 96 on the inside edge. Emergency hack that time.
The Cubs off tomorrow, then they'll have one more scheduled off day. That's the 22nd. It's on the homestand between the Cincinnati and the St. Louis series. This time of year, guys are dragging. A lot of guys don't see the light of day till about 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Shut those blackout curtains, sleep as long as possible.
Pitchers have bested the hitters tonight. 6 hits combined in this ball game. Another 1-2 pitch drilled foul to right. Today the Cubs announced details for fans looking to purchase single game tickets to potential postseason games at Wrigley Field. So until September 21st at noon, you can register for a random drawing to win a chance to purchase single game postseason tickets for a potential wild card game in National League Division Series. Cubs.com/postseason. Pretty exciting time to be a Cubs fan. Swing and a miss. So eventually Knebel gets Fowler. Cubs have not reached base against 2 Brewers relievers. 1-1 late.
Get the smart solution for keeping your engine clean with Gum Out. This fuel injector carburetor cleaner keeps deposits from forming on crucial engine parts, restoring lost horsepower and increasing fuel economy. Pick up a bottle for only $1.79. Tow Smart trailer hitches offer reliability and durability. This 2-inch standard mount starter kit includes a 2-inch ball and 5/8 standard hitch pin. Just $9.99 after rebate. Now during the Menard Day sale.
Save big money at Menards.
I've always believed that caring for families is the best way to keep our community healthy and safe, which is why I do things like provide opportunities for children to learn through the Reading Buddies program, help fund child safety programs, and give to the homeless. It's also why I got into personal injury law. It gives me the opportunity to help people at a time of tremendous loss, because helping injured people win justice is its own reward.
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you.
Call Adolescent Growth today and see how our proven treatment programs for eating disorders can begin to bring the sunshine back in the life of your teen and your family.
Please don't take my sunshine away.
Number 54, coming to CSN this fall.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan in our Comcast SportsNet studios with a SportsNet Central update presented by Bob's Discount Furniture, home of untouchable value. Coming up later tonight, highlights and reaction from the Cubs after tonight's game with the Brewers. Plus, Jose Abreu continues to be red hot at the plate for the White Sox. Kyle Long talks about his massive contract extension. It's all coming your way at SportsNet Central. Now we go back to Len and JD. Boys, get us a run, bring it home in Milwaukee.
Cap, thank you. Joe Smith, veteran right-hander, is the 6th Cubs pitcher to work tonight. Matt Caesar is also in. He's playing left. VR homered in the 4th. Little leadoff homer last night. He drives this one to straightaway center. Fowler will just watch this one go. That hit the bottom of that board. Wow, that was a shot, and it's 2-1.
Wow, was right. That's where our Prince Fielder used to hit him. That was a massive home run. Off the bat of Jonathan VR. His second tonight. His skill set has been on full display in this series. Last night, home run, bunt, single, triple. Tonight, a couple of long balls.
Ford home run replay. VR with his first career 2-homer game. Strike on Broxton. Talked a lot about VR in this series. He's only 25. As you referenced earlier this week, he's prone to making some mistakes on the bases. Errors defensively, but he's a pretty intriguing player. He's got 15 homers, 34 doubles, 52 stolen bases. And he might hit 300 this year. He's at 299 currently.
Yeah, and he walks. He'll take his walks. Home run's been a bit of an issue for Joe Smith since joining the Cubs. It's the 4th one he has allowed.
to the mound.
And with that out, he has pitched 8 innings in a Cub uniform.
So he's still upset about the home run pitch.
He had allowed 4 home runs with the Angels in 37 2/3.
Center. Third time he's been on tonight. Stuart McVicker, happy 43rd. Tyler Thornburg getting ready for the 9th. Zobrist, and that will be it. 2 outs.
The most popular way to follow the Cubs postseason push is with the MLB.com at-bat app, the #1 app for live baseball. Enjoy game day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Get MLB.com at-bat on your favorite devices now.
Ball strike.
This is Joe's 4th appearance since coming off the disabled list when rosters expanded on the 1st of September. First 3 really good.
Perez runs. He's out. Zobrist with the Baez-like tag, and what a strike from Contreras.
Perez lingering out at second base as if he thinks he was safe. I don't get any indication from the Brewer dugout that they're going to ask for a challenge here.
We're still waiting.
No challenge.
No challenge. Cue the orchestra. We go to the 9th. There you go. Maybe Anthony Rizzo's got to do it again. Cubs are down 1.
You're taking an enormous risk speaking with us, so thank you.
Of course.
What was the key to toppling this notorious crime ring?
By keeping my identity a secret, I was able to witness the atrocities firsthand. I've been undercover for 5 years. Anonymity is critical to my survival.
Want to get away? Now you can with Southwest fares as low as $59 one way. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency.
In Chicago, some things just go together, like front porches and blue W's, bricks and ivy, Waveland Avenue and souvenirs, Jake and State Farm. Like home and auto insurance with State Farm, they just go together, and they save you time and money. Just another way we're here to help life go right. Talk to a State Farm agent today.
This is the last place you'd expect us to talk about staying connected with state-of-the-art technology. Or wow you with a massive touchscreen. Then again, you probably didn't think you'd need your survival skills back on the road either. Jeep Cherokee. Conquer all the world's most challenging places. Celebrating 75 years of the most awarded SUV lineup ever. Or get 20% off MSRP cash allowance on select 2016 Jeep Cherokee models and dealer stock.
Jonathan VR has hit 2 home runs tonight. And it's 2-1. Anthony Rizzo's hit 1. He's on deck. Bryant will lead off. Tyler Thornburg is their closer after the trade of Jeremy Jeffress.
59th appearance for Thornburg. Switched to a 1.72 ERA. Boy, he's been tough to hit. Just 30 hits in 57 2/3 innings. He has struck out 75.
Here we go. Thornburg to Bryant. Good rip. Foul back a heater. It's a strike. It's 0-2.
Thornburg, 27 years of age.
It's foul.
Change up. Can elevate the fastball. Has a good curveball too.
Hasn't allowed an earned run in a while. Last 15 appearances and 16 innings. He has the Brewers franchise record. Consecutive batters retired for a reliever. 26 in a row. Back in the first half. Tough part of the order though for him here. And that's one as he strikes out Bryant. Hefty home run. Anthony Rizzo. He's hit 3 the last 2 days. 2 last night and 1 tonight.
Just unloaded on that Garza breaking pitch.
Curveball misses. Clearly would have gotten over that wall. Top break for Rizzo. Here's Zobrist with 2 outs, fouled away. There are game-saving catches, and then there are game-saving catches, and that one qualifies.
An idea how strong Anthony is. Hit the ball that high, that far, that part of the ballpark.
Sometimes you'll see a play made in the 4th or 5th and feels like it saved the game, but when it happens in the 9th, that is pretty dramatic. Let's see if Zobrist can start a 2-out rally. Where Pena wanted it. He wanted that pitch in the dirt. That would have been 4 homers for Rizzo these last 2 nights. Foul again.
You know he's not going to go down easy. He's such a grinder. Walked twice tonight. Ben has only hit 1 home run in the second half of the season. Had 13 before the break.
Giving him a battle here. Another 0-2 on the way. High in the air to right. Playable. Santana. And the Brewers take 2 of 3. Jonathan VR homers from each side of the plate. Keon Broxton with a home run saving catch in the 9th. And the Brewers escape with a 2-1 win.
Yeah, not a lot of hitting in this ball game. Mike Montgomery making his 4th start for the Cubs. Threw the ball very well. Encouraging work from him tonight. And yeah, we're seeing the emergence of a very good young player in Jonathan VR.
Toast of the game presented by Binny's Beverage Depot. It is VR. He's a switch hitter, and he showed some power from each side of the plate.
Yeah, and that's been the story all year long for him. Now, this one just barely gets out off the top of the wall, but the second one, a massive home run off of Joe Smith, way up there off the board in straightaway center field.
Binny's is the official champagne provider of the Chicago Cubs. Magic number is at 9. Cubs will next play on Friday in Houston, and we're back with you on CSN. Monday night opener of the series in St. Louis. Cubs and Cardinals at 7 o'clock Central. Blue Cross Blue Shield post-game live is next. Final score once again, Brewers 2, Cubs 1. Stay with us for our post-game coverage next.
Well, tip your cap to Jonathan VR. Home runs from both sides of the plate. The second one nearly got back to Chicago. Cap and Holly with you, Blue Cross Blue Shield. Cubs post-game live. That second home run off Joe Smith, that ball was smoked.
Absolute bomb. I mean, holy cow, this guy's got some serious pop. You know, we did the keys last night. I probably should have included him. VR's having an outstanding season, really known for his stolen bases and, you know, being a really good hitter. But you're seeing the power. I mean, these are no doubters. I mean, the one off the scoreboard, the last one, absolutely amazing. As much power as that guy. He chokes up on the bat about an inch as well. I mean, goodness gracious, just a tremendous amount of power. Then you get to the Broxton thievery right there at the end. It just didn't seem like the Cubs' night. Games like this sometimes show up on getaway day, and, well, I think that's how I would describe it.
Yep, guys a little flat. They're just, look, it's a fait
They're getting on the plane.
They know they're going to the playoffs. So, all right, they'll get on a plane. They'll go to Houston. We'll be here with you. Boy, the fist bump's getting a little dusty. We haven't been able to do those in a while. Anyway, we'll get to everything and hear from Joe Madden, all coming up here on Comcast Sports.
Can I smack your face?
Our mountains challenge us, push us back, knock us down, tell us it can't be done. But then, one day you reach the summit, and you realize the harder the climb, the better the reward. Coors Light, whatever your mountain, climb on.
Americans don't celebrate the good enough canyon. We didn't aim to be second to the moon. Verizon doesn't settle for good enough either. So now we're introducing Verizon LTE Advanced. With 50% faster peak speeds in more than 450 cities coast to coast. So don't settle for an unlimited plan with limits. Switch now and get our best deal. 20 gigs of limitless data with 4 lines for only $160. Welcome to the Next Gen Network.
I enlisted in the Army in 2005. I went to Iraq 3 times and Afghanistan once. She's the culprit that ripped our door off. 2,000-pound animal bumping into a steel door creates quite a bit of damage. I actually use the app, take pictures of it right there for USAA, and they take care of the rest. USAA is great about working with both active and separated military. I'm Josh Eilers, and I'm a USAA member for life.
Call USAA today to talk about your insurance needs.
Ford is America's best-selling brand, and you can see why. Ford Fusion has the turbocharged power and efficiency of the EcoBoost engine and handles almost any condition with intelligent all-wheel drive. Plus, Focus offers next-generation voice-activated Sync 3 technology and the added safety of the blind spot information system. Right now, get a Focus or Fusion with 0 for 72 plus $1,500 bonus cash, or lease a Fusion for just $189 a month. Only at your local Ford store.
Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. Your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealers, as reliable as the cars themselves. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Audi, truth in engineering. Menards, save big money at Menards. And by Toyota. Discover more in a Toyota. Visit buyatoyota.com or your local Toyota dealer today. Let's go places.